Don't forget to leave a like, YouTubes.
New fort, let's go.
So we did start this fort last week, but it's like not even a year in, so. 2 seconds. All right, so this fort that we've started is in the same world as the last fort that we did, which was Trumpet Beans. We are now Trumpet Murdered. Trumpet Beans was murdered, and we're here to strike for vengeance. Dwarf Fortress, video games, 12-year anniversary, false advertising. Any questions, Radbug? It's still new. Streamer legally blind. My right eye don't work at all. My left eye has severe tunnel vision with floating blind spots. I have what's called coloboma of the iris and coloboma of the retina in both eyes. It severely affected my right eye and minorly affected my left eye. If it severely affected both eyes, I would be completely blind. Which is actually like kind of the wild thing about me is the fact that one of my eyes works. So we've been busy, but the fortress is still very small. Fishbone freak! You have a bone carver, jeweler. I don't even know what I have. I have a gem cutter. I also have a clother. I have a glass maker. I don't know, just pick one. Go for what you like. Good old fishbone. That is what I said. Coloboma. There's a Wikipedia page for it if you want to go look it up. Please don't ask ChatGPT what that is. Just go to Wikipedia like a normal person. I mean, thanks for like actually asking the right question instead of just being like, "You're not blind," which is usually what I get. So appreciate it, mate. For whatever it's worth, in my entire life, I've met one other person who has what I have with their eyes. We literally got that, like, last Friday on stream. Hugler, if somebody popped in and said that, and I was like, well, that's a very cunty thing to say. But, you know. It is! You want the gem cutter works? Fishbone for the name? Got it. You are the second most pissed off person in the fort. And honestly, I don't blame you. So, this fort is little under a year old. We've already had one siege. We got attacked by zombies. Actually, a little over a year old, sorry. We got attacked by necromancers. They locked the fort in for a whole month. And after a lot of finagling, I was able to get rid of them. But this is the fortress as it currently sits. This is Fishbone, and she presents herself modestly. She frowns on any flashy accoutrements. She is grounded in reality, and she lacks confidence in her abilities. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to spread this natural tendency of her respect of martial prowess. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she does not feel lustful. She has little interest in joking around, and she is moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She becomes very focused during conversations when she's trying to remember something, and she shakes her finger up and down when she's trying to remember something. She always takes a deep breath whenever she's surprised. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She personally values artwork and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and does not care about fairness. She likes stibnite, bronze, and red beryl, as well as the color scarlet, crossbows and mittens and barrels and earrings, and chameleon men for their ability to change color. The words of the sparkle of scribing, and when possible prefers to consume giant rattlesnake, blueberry wine, and dwarven syrup, and absolutely hates slugs. She worships Mestos, which is the god of charity, generosity, torture, and one of these days I will remember that. What is the other one? Sacrifice. Torture, generosity, charity, and sacrifice. Which 17 of the 19 dwarves here worship. Very popular god. Anyway, as you can tell, our fortress is a shithole. We have nothing here. I tried building some rooms and then kind of gave up halfway through. There really isn't anything in here aside from some cages with warthogs in them that I think I've started training. Yeah, I should slaughter those. As for Do I even have a butcher shop? I do. As for the fort, we're being very ambitious, but if you look at the minimap and I zoom out a little bit, I didn't intentionally make it into a toilet, I swear. Okay? That was not the aesthetic goal here. I know it looks like a toilet. I'm working on it. That's all. Thanks for the Prime sub, mate. Cheers. My GP that I have, like my general practitioner, had to look up what coloboma was. So that's not too surprising. My ophthalmologist, who I see once a year, who's in his like late 70s, has had one other patient with it. And it wasn't the other person I met, which I had to ask because there's so few of us. So the actual design of this fortress is this very long wall that goes around the edge of this volcano. The idea here is, well, currently it's turned off, but the idea here is I want to fill this volcano or this wall up with lava. But first we need to finish building it all the way around. Once I've completely filled this wall up with lava, I want to then build it higher. And then I want to channel out beneath it and then fill up the bottom with lava. I basically want to encase this fort in lava. And then the bad guys are just going to build over it, and I'm aware. But that's what I'm trying to do. I have a... That's funny. That's just distressing, but funny. Sorry, you've got... Ma'am, you have crabs in your eye. Oi. I was... Mr. is... I'm trying to figure out how to say your name. Mriswithe. But for some reason I thought you were going to go to contact lenses. So erased lava mode? Yes. Yeah, it's fine. My Riz with a... Okay, sure. My Riz! Got it. Can do. Minimize the attackers and how they approach the fort. This is such a good idea for build. I mean, that's kind of the theory running into this. So I've got a bunch of workshops over here just making blocks. I've got a bunch more workshops down here also making blocks. We have a burrow for everybody. There are no bedrooms, just this dormitory. It's shit. It's garbage. So if you're wondering why the moods are, like, bad, the dwarf that's super pissed off literally is a talented pump operator because she sat at the top of this volcano pumping lava into this tube while a bunch of zombies ran around on the ground and didn't realize that she was up there, filling up the wall with lava to try and keep them out, while the rest of the dwarves were locked inside somewhere. And I kind of hope that this would burn out. So I'm going to actually just extinguish this because this has been burning for like a year. I don't think a pineapple leaf is supposed to burn indefinitely, so maybe pineapple leaves just burn forever. I'm not actually sure. Anyway, that doesn't seem to be working as intended, so I'm just going to stop it from burning because it's been burning for a while. So this fortress is garbage, I'm aware, but we're working on it. The population is currently Vivid, the Daggett, Glass Half Empty, Geotrack, Television, Gaia, T-Dog, Fishbone, Really Swifty, and Ilmirin. As far as the world, this is the same world as the last fort, which is this pile of rubble up here on the top left corner. We are over here in the Hills of Murder on the Infinite Continent, which is a great name for a volcano, the Hills of Murder. We're still playing as the Lance of Men. We are now the Song of Wind. That is our fortress. And we have one caged invader on the map who I'm going to expunge into the volcano. Very small amount of pets and such. Couple pause tasks, which I'm going to unpause. And yeah, so the thing that was recently added to the game is this. This was added yesterday. This is a Siege Engines menu, which we'll have to explore a little bit later. We do have magma forging set up. This fortress sucks. I'm going to try and fix it a little bit by just simply getting rid of all this. And, yeah, that's where we're currently sitting. This is the fort. Any questions? Need the windbreaker? And it has to be, like, a robe, right? Morning, Forniomax. A bit prematurely. It was released before it was ready because I needed to deal with some zombies that were trying to break in. It was a bit scary. It was, in fact, a little bit scary. But this right here is supposed to be a bridge over top of the lava, but obviously it's not done yet, so. Right.
Crypt
Stone.
beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
Moose, thanks for the 36th month. Appreciate you, mate. So yeah, the initial chunk of today is going to be a whole lot of making blocks out of lava-safe materials and doing my damnedest to get these boulders right here turned into bricks for this wall so that we can fill this moat up with lava and then actually build a fortress for these poor bloody dwarves. These, they are not submerged in lava. Well, there was lava around them, but they're made out of lava-safe materials, so it's fine. Basically, like, nothing of value was burned up, because Gabbro doesn't get burned up in lava. But yes, they were submerged in lava for a bit. They're just not anymore. Yeah, no, I mean, there's lava scattered around everywhere here, and the dwarves just walk around it. Like, you know, there's lava, like, here and here. They're just impassable tiles, so the dwarves just walk around them, yeah. The only time that they will not path around lava or fall into lava is if they dodge. So if they're actively getting shot at by bolts or arrows, or if they're getting dive bombed by angry animals, then they'll be at threat of falling into the lava, but it's just not an issue for us currently. If you just bring a raw egg and sit on the floor, it's ready by lunch. Oh yeah, true, Jay. Yeah, or just like grab some bread dough and like stick it underground. Once this is all done up here, which it seems to be, I can now do... Well, soon I'll be able to do that, but what I will do first is this. It's not a trap, it's a defensive structure. Basically what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be filling this wall up with lava so that it's harder for the enemy to get through it. That's what it is. It's not a trap per se, yet. It's basically just a very long lava reservoir that won't be possible to be broken down, because if you do, you'll just get covered in lava. That's the idea. And I'm going to make it expandable, and before I fill it up with lava fully, which it's not quite done yet, but I may actually block this off so that it drains a wee bit quicker. Actually, what I could do is I could put another pump over here. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. Because I do need to pump this out so that so that I can properly finish filling it. But the idea of this is I'm going to dig it down one layer all the way around, so it'll go into the dirt a little bit before I actually seal the thing off and stop the construction of it, making it a much more secure build, basically. We are walking distance from a necromancer tower, so I need to be as smart about filling this in as possible. But that's the idea here. Because, like, you know, we've just gotten a very, very large, like, mechanical patch for Dwarf Fort, right? The siege update. So now that that's out, we need to figure out what's viable. Right? So the first fort that I did was a volcano fortress that was mostly underground with a little bit above ground stuff. The second fort that I did was... Oh, sorry. The first fort I did was mostly above ground with a little bit of below ground stuff. The second fort that I did was mostly below ground with a little above ground stuff. This fort, I want to do mostly in this volcano, but I want to see just how effective, like, weird wall structures like this are going to be. Are they going to just tunnel underneath it? If so, okay. And if not, are they just going to build over top of it? Bolt repeaters seem very viable. Oh, certainly. 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 But I'm curious about, like, the viability of just normal natural defenses. It's a trap! I mean, it's not a trap yet. Except for the part where you break the walls down and then you get a lava bath. Well, I'm going to be putting drawbridges around the edges of it. So I will be able to open and close parts of it. You killed a dragon with 3 of those last night? Yeah. Yeah, I'm of the opinion that the repeaters are too strong, but I'm also kind of expecting that the reason that they're so strong is we're going to get scarier enemies pretty soon, or things are going to get a rework. Because Tarn does have a thing on the roadmap, which is make Mega Beasts and Titans more interesting. It's like right next to the make Kobold attacks more interesting. So if they're making Titans more interesting, usually when they say interesting, they mean mean. So I'm kind of hoping that, like, dragons or giants or cyclopses are going to get, like, an update. Lil OP. Oh, no, they are. I really like the catapults, actually, because I don't have to worry. They're the one that I don't have to worry about making ammunition for, generally. Like, good. You have to run out of boulders to run out of ammo for catapults, right? And they don't feel too ludicrously difficult, but also, like, not easy. Well, that's what ranged combat is for, right? Like, in my opinion, in order for a game to function, Wretched Television, everything needs to have a hard, well, maybe not a hard, but, like, a counter, right? Like, every game like this especially needs a little bit of rock, paper, scissors. And Webbers are just named Mark, but also, Webbers are your reason to have ranged combat units, right? Like, I think that the fact that they can load so much ammo and fire so fast is just inherently a bit overpowered, Alan. But I don't disagree with that take. I think that ideally, for me, they would fire half the ammo in the same amount of time. Because, like, if I can take out an army of goblins with wooden bolts, that's a bit busted. So, yeah, I don't know. To me, Webbers have always just been the, yeah, that is why you need, like, defenses for, like, Webbers are the reason you need bolts or arrows, like that kind of defense. And so it makes sense to me. Can you take these siege engines with you when attacking? No, they're defensive siege engines, which is a little weird to call them siege engines. But no, they're not transportable at the moment. I think to me the only truly disappointing thing so far about this patch is that I can't capture the battering rams. Somebody mentioned that they want to put them on a pedestal as a decoration, and I'm like, yes! I too want to do that! Trophies of war! Let me tell you this, though, Wretched Television. Deadly Dust is stronger than web creatures, depending on the syndrome that they cause. And often is stronger than web creatures, and you also need bolts for those. Fire-breathing creatures are also extremely strong, and bolts are generally very effective against those as well. I always feel like a dick when I say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's a skill issue. They are absolutely defeatable. You are just using the wrong tool for the job. Especially in a world now where we have repeaters. If you're having problems with web spitters, just set up a couple bolt throwers at the entrance to your caverns, and when the Forgotten Beast shows up, assign 2 dwarves to your bolt throwers and sit back and relax and wait for the carnage to happen. Do I have a tip for getting past 50 dwarves in a fort? What tip are you looking for, Queen Lyrae? Are you asking for, like, how do you manage them, or how do you get to that population to begin with? I don't know what direction that's coming from, because I have a hard time not getting 50 plus dwarves in a fort. So I need to know what direction that question's coming from. I did not know. I'm not anywhere near as active on Discord as I probably should be, to be honest with you. Because, like, on my off days, I try to be off the computer more often than not. There is also that as a viable option, yes. You could just wall off the edges of the map. It's the amount of wealth exported from the fort, Vakrak, which is why you stop getting migrants if you aren't able to trade. I mean, here's the thing, though, Reggie. So Reggie in YouTube chat says, dragons are dangerous right up until you see an axe lord block his fire and casually lop his head off. I completely agree with that. But that means that you've also taken the time to train an axe lord, which means maybe you've earned that, like, shocking defeat. Because an axe lord is, like, the strongest a dwarf can get. So if the strongest a dwarf can get can't defeat a dragon, what's the point of getting a dwarf to be that strong in the first place? I guess that's just my thought there. So, that's all. I need to drain this. Because I built this kind of in a rush. But I also don't want to burn a dwarf. Because I want this to stop overflowing over here. Although, it's gone down enough. Everybody's sleeping and resting and socializing. I mean, a dwarf 1v1ing a dragon is like... That is, like, all-time legendary stuff, as far as I'm concerned. They're on the other side of the siege. I'd call them siege defense engines, but sure. Does trading with humans or elves count towards wealth, leaving the fort migrants to appear? I don't know. I think my tentative answer to that question is maybe, because sometimes it seems to. I think it depends on your relationship with that faction, would be my guess. Because, like, sometimes in adventure mode, if you travel to a location and you go to a human city and you ask them where their trading partners are, sometimes they say, we go to this dwarven fortress for trading. But usually it's a human city. And I'd be willing to bet that in the cases where it's a human talking about going to a dwarven fortress for the source of their economy, that might. But outside of that, I don't think so. How do you get more visitors when you have a tavern? Be lucky and be somewhere public, and yeah, keep it public. But you have to kind of get lucky that there are visitors in the region. But I will note as an asterisk that it is possible to settle somewhere where there just isn't a lot of visitors. And if you settle somewhere that doesn't have many visitors, then you just won't get visitors. You just tried to click and drag the screen to move the map. Is there something specific on the map you wanted to see? If so, let me know. I mean, you don't need that for a guild hall at all. You just need one person with dabbling. Sneck Danchu. But if you have somebody who has a high skill in the thing that's running the guild hall, and if they also have a high teacher skill, they'll teach way faster. So high skill means they're more likely to teach. High teacher skill means they'll teach faster from the get-go. It's like speed of teaching, essentially. You don't assign dwarves to guild halls. Dwarves are like auto-assigned to guild halls based on their skills. So like a dwarf with skill in, I don't know, mining is more likely to go to a miners guild and teach mining to dwarves that are idling in the miners guild than a dwarf with no skill in mining, because they can't do it. And then while they're teaching, they learn skills in teaching, which is a slow process. Oh, can they just, like, not get out? I think they can just not get out. I've currently locked myself in the fort, chat. If you settle your fort near a location with lots of mercenaries, could you get a mercenary visitors in your tavern? Yes, mercenary visitors are just like monster hunters or poets, except they can automatically be assigned to the military from the get-go. Whereas poets and monster hunters can't until they join the fort fully. But yeah. Trying to make a bunch of dabbling engravers, just like smooth half your fort. That'll do her. You're just trying to get your one siege operator and your one engraver to teach the skill. I mean, they need a reason to go socialize in that tavern and then organize a demonstration. Once they start organizing demonstrations, they're teaching. It's just like any other social activity. It's hard to get them to do that. It's hard to consistently get dwarves to do anything. So there's that. Okay, so the other spot that I'd like to block or outmine is this. Although I should just do subpriority number 1, so it'll get done quicker. All these dwarves gathering wood, probably. No? I don't actually know what they're gathering. Gathering something. Let's go screw pump, gabbro, and then I have nether cap, corkscrews, and pipe sections. Is it stone cutting? I thought smoothing was engraving. Maybe it's just engraving that's stone cutting. I mean, the old school way to train that task was to just dig out an entire level, smooth the whole thing, and then, like, engrave the whole thing. Sorry, I need to clear my throat. What are we up to with this fort, Cathode? Sorry, still clearing my throat. We're trying to make a wall around the edge of the fort and then fill it up with lava. That's what we're trying to do. All right, then you are probably correct and I am wrong. That is most definitely the case then. Is it 5 across I did? Yes. Let's just go to here. Go down to the bottom of this screen. Rectile dimensions. I don't know why that's always defaulted to off still. Okay, so 6. So has anybody noticed any new sprites? 2, 3, 4, 5. Because I'm actually really curious about that. You have? What? Yeah, I think I saw comments about the new liquids. If anybody has any screenshots, feel free to chuck them in my Discord because I'd love to see those. Crowns are way different? Really? Like, crown crafts? I know Laughing Llama was in the chat earlier, but they might be able to... Laughing Llama is one of the artists on the game who was saying, "You're welcome," in regards to the new ogres. But it was a bit ago. All of your leather is the same color? I think that's still... I think that was, like, before the same, so that's still... the go. Not generally, no. Saxon. Only if there's really long breaks between patches. Wait. Leather colors got updated? Because if they're all gray... Hold up. Okay, so then this is probably like a, what do you call it? When you make a new world, they'll get color. Because that's the same as the Forgotten Beasts, where when they got color. That's cool. That's good to know. Yeah, crowns do look quite different. What? Huh. Interesting. It's never going to be possible to be completely caught up on the New World stuff. Did you make a new world this morning? Or rather, yesterday? So you made one yesterday, then yes. Otherwise, eh. During these, like... Yeah, then you were to... Then because this was added yesterday afternoon. So you're technically off on the timing on that. So something about Dwarf Fortress that you might want to know, I guess, is... when there's a new update that requires you to generate a new world, you're going to want to generate a new world probably because you're going to want the new features. However, it's always a double-edged sword because on one hand, yeah, there will be new features and you will need to generate a new world to access those features often. These days it mostly manifests as like colors and things. But whenever there's a new update, there's always going to be like 2 or 3 that follow really quickly right after. And it seems like if they keep throwing new graphics in, that you're just not going to have them unless you generate after the most recent patch, which in this case was like, what, 18 hours ago? Or whatever. It was like yesterday at like 2 p.m. or something. Was when this came out. A dusting of peat on the tile below? Oh, interesting. I mean, those would appear before, but I don't think they had sprites associated with them. Let's try digging this out, these sides. See what this do. Actually, I shouldn't be doing these vertically like this. I do want to dig this up a layer eventually, but it's easier to just do it this way. Yeah, these top 3 should be like that. So, 1, 2, 3. Ramp up. Grab a pump and pump it. Schaefer pattern. Or just dig down and go to the caverns. That water will be usable. As long as you don't soil it. Actually, for this front section here, I'm just going to widen this a little bit. But yeah, putting it through a pump makes it into regular water. There used to be some other ways historically to do it, but I've had mixed results as time has gone on with making it work consistently. I'm going to make rock mechanisms. I'm going to make them out of gabbro, which I have very few left. So let's go mine out some more gabbro. Kind of made this unnecessarily difficult for me. So that's going to mine down through there. Nope, don't go up, go down. And don't do that, do this. I'm waiting until I accidentally mine into this volcano. Like, we had a, not a quiz, but like, how long until Blind digs into the volcano on accident? Bet yesterday, and chat bet within a year, and I haven't done it yet, so. Well, not yesterday, but last time I streamed this fort, which was Saturday. Because some cool people make it, Doper Gamer. Still can't get your head around digging up? Well, you're supposed to get your head up to dig up. Okay, so let's go up to here. So I should be able to walk around this for the time being. Thanks, Ashras Studios. But why slope digging? Because it removes the floor above. So think about it this way. Imagine if you were playing Minecraft, but when you're digging on the surface, you couldn't remove the grass layers unless you used a specific button. Because Dwarf Fortress has block layer, floor layer, block layer, floor layer. So if I just dig out the block layer, then it leaves the floor there. And then if I dig out the block layer, it leaves the floor there. I'm removing the block and the floor and the block above with that tool. So I get more raw materials out of mining that way. Plus, I also get, what's the word? I get more raw materials plus additional space, more or less. Effectively making taller rooms if you wanted to go underground. Exactly. So like right now, this is multiple levels up because I started up here and dug down, right? So down here, I could start down here and then dig up. So if I wanted to say, fill this wall in and then fill in this upper layer, I would have to go up first. So I'm gonna need north, south, east, west, yes. For my outer walls and the drawbridges. Gabbro blocks. Gabbro. And there. And then this one is last. And I need to get all these hooked up to levers. And then I have it all the way around. And then I should be able to fill the thing up. Although, I don't know if I'm going to leave this here. I'm going to deconstruct this. What I am also going to do is I'm going to put a drawbridge right here. So this drawbridge is going to be what blocks the lava. It's going to give us an extra plug, basically. So I've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 10 mechanisms. Say 20. We're getting more gabbro from over here. This fort's gonna have a massive sand industry. We've got sand everywhere and lava everywhere, but I'm just using the rocks because they're here and they're convenient. Okay, so this is the first one that needs to have a plug put in it. I need to move this mechanism shop or mechanic shop closer to where the boulders are, I think. Whoa, there's a very angry warthog out here. Just running by really quick. Saw him go flying past. Are they going to climb or break the wall? I don't know. We'll find out. I mean, that's why I'm doing this, is to find out. Like, people keep asking me questions about the siege stuff, and all I can really say is, like, I had somebody ask why I haven't put out, like, a street siege strategies tutorial yet. It's like, well, I've had 2 forts and neither of them were successful, so I don't know if you necessarily want me, giving you strategies for your fort right now, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like, quite literally, no idea the hell I'm doing. I'm working on it. Yeah, exactly. It's a skill issue, actually. Like, no memes or jokes. Genuine skill issue. 100% Stone. Absolutely. And I'm happy to be here. Frankly. 'Tis good times. Let's get that finished. And that finished. Let's also... labors, standing orders, other... No. Sieges and forbidding, yes. Refuse and dumping, gather outdoor remains. So they'll hopefully get that goblin body placed over there. You suck at it? Gotta get good? Do what you gotta do. I'm not gonna lie. I have no interest in arc raiders, but that game has some really nice aesthetic design. I really wish they were a bit more transparent with the AI nonsense. It just seems like needless, I don't know, waste of good PR. It's maybe the way I would put it, actually. At least that's how it feels. I'm running out of booze. I only have like 20 dwarves. We're fine. Dwarves only drink every 3 weeks. YouTube chat. But yes, working on it. Euthris, what up, dude? Euthris chucked 12 bucks into the YouTube chat in a super chat. Euthris, by the way, is a longtime YouTuber who I remember watching back in the day. So, hey, Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? Can you be a miner? Do I have an extra miner? I might. I have lore. Would you like lore? Can't give you lore. But thanks for the 12 bucks, man. How to not defend against a siege. A story from a ghost. Jesus. In YouTube chat. Also, I need... You got lost, Zapper Zen. Because I'm assuming that you didn't get another dwarf, right? No, you didn't. But yeah, that works? Okay. Zapper is completely helpless in stressful situations after being forced to endure the decay of a spouse in the year 257. Oy vey. Mother of Dwarf. Ah, so this dwarf came from my previous fort. Yeah. That's a little grim. And has a calm demeanor and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he occasionally overindulges. He tends to consider what others think of him, and is currently more shameless. He is currently more rude, and he is confident, and he is currently less private. He's currently more thoughtless. I mean, I know what those video games entail. Maris the White? Or, hold on. I need to just, like, grab that pronunciation that you said of your name earlier. For whatever it's worth, I used to play a fuck ton of multiplayer games. I just learned as I've grown that I, as a person who doesn't see well, there's literally no reason for me to play multiplayer games because I have to play like 10 times more than anybody to get even remotely competent. But, you know, that's kind of like saying, you know, Dwarf Fortress is fun, but if you aren't ready to really dig into the mechanics, it will be disappointing. I don't think disappointing is a word I would use to describe that. Too much, maybe, sure. But disappointing makes it sound like it's not a good thing for what it is. Like, that's a really strange way to word that. 12 years, yeah, Rat. 12 years. 12 years since this idiot with much younger looking eyes decided to turn a stream on. So, no shit, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Thanks, Captain Obvious, would be the ruder way of saying it, but... As far as I know, okay. Here's what I heard about our creators. Is they hired a bunch of voice actors, got them to record a bunch of lines, and then used voice modulation to make them say more lines. Which is technically a form of using AI. So they're either being too transparent and saying exactly what they're using, and it's making people extrapolate and assume that they're generating more shit than that, or they're not being transparent enough and just not being specific. Both, I think, are annoying and a problem. Because, like, the game also has voice modulators where, like, you can speak into a microphone and have a different voice, which, asterisk, Xbox had that in the 360 days in, like, 2006. So that's not new technology. But, like, the methods of using and producing those voices is new technology. So I think they're being too transparent with our creators and also simultaneously not transparent enough because they're being transparent about the wrong things. They're being transparent in what they're being told to be transparent about by Valve, which is, yes, they're using generated something. But, like, mate, if you're programming in 2025, you're probably using something. So I think it's causing unnecessary hubbub because people don't exactly know what they're using, which is fair. I don't know. I think it's weird. I mean, yeah, if the voice actors sign the contract, then there's kind of no drama there. To me, if that is okay, if I did work and they were like, hey, we're gonna pay you to do this thing, and every year we're gonna give you residuals because we are continuing to use your voice for other things, okay, that's cool. But are they doing that? Like, that's kind of where like the transparency is weird, right? Because there's like a lot of questions, and it's like, how exactly are you doing that is, I think, what people want to see when it comes to our creators. So it's like, sure, if they're generating things, that's fine. But I would like to know exactly what that contract is, because is it making life for other artists and voice actors worse? Anyway, Depressal, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back, my friend. And thanks for all the follows, by the way. I do see those. But yeah, Lockie's right, in my opinion. It's kind of ironic for a game where humans fight machines. I mean, you're really enjoying Dwarf Fortress Siege update since the Siege update. It adds jeopardy to your designs if you're not watching streams of it. Yeah, and also, like, you know, if you just want to build a more sandboxy story for it, you can still do that by turning all the stuff off in Dwarf Fortress. What I really like about this update is that some people seem to really be, like, catching on with it and continuing to play after this update, which has me really excited for the future. I'm not going to lie. 2 months ago, I was really worried. It was a long, slow summer for me, and summer's always the slow season. Like, I've been doing this for a long time, as you may know at this point. It's not like I haven't said it. And historically, like, summer was always the slow season. And summer felt like a month and a half longer than normal this year. And I think that may also have been because just a bunch of really big games kind of came out at the same time. But on top of that, let's see if I have two. I don't. On top of that, let's just name this North Gates. Tail Gate. But on top of that, I think that there just also hadn't been a big content patch for Dwarf Fortress in a really long time. Outside of adventure mode, which just isn't ever going to interest certain people, which is fine. Unfortunate, but fine. So it's nice to be through that a little bit, or feel like I'm through that a little bit. You know what's funny, Loki? Is some people are just like, oh, it's arcade-ish Tarkov archetype. The way I see it is it's like, oh, it's a standalone Division multiplayer. It's like, oh no, it's the Kane and Lynch multiplayer mode? Not really. Sorry, I'm just being a nerd right now. I think it's a big part of your frustration of games like Dwarf Fortress to no end, to even bigger extent Caves of Cud. Do so much more than any LLM. It's because they're handcrafted, right? And they were running on decades-old technology. I think that, like, games like Dwarf Fortress and Caves of Cud, and to an extent, games like CDDA, or even things like NetHack, or, you know, Angband, or any of the old-school roguelike types. I think that that era and that type of video game is just simply the best example possible for what can be done with procedural generation. And anybody who's played a video game before knows that procedural generation ain't nothing new. Like, we all know what this stuff is. We all have a basic idea of what it does. And because of that, like, I think it makes it inherently less impressive. Yeah, Cogmind as well, exactly. With its procedural storytelling and stuff. But, you know, I don't even know where I'm going with this. Did I ever play Astronauts? I have played Astronauts, but not since it first released into early access, and I immediately bounced off of it and then went, I will play that when it releases out of early access. And every time I've been, like, getting bored enough of Dwarf Fortress that I'm like, or far enough between patches of Dwarf Fortress where I'm like, I need something else for a bit, Dwarf Fortress updates, and then I don't go to Astronauts. But I will play Astronauts at some point. It is on the ever-growing, lengthy list of video games that I need to play at some point. It will happen. You know, it's funny because you are saying the same things that I think every single person I've ever spoken with has ever said about adventure mode, Lucky, which is just like, I want it to be more seamless. I think everybody, even the developers, agree. All I actually know is that the developers have said that there's a lot more technical reasons why that is very difficult than is directly obvious. I mean, here's the thing, Mr. Death. I have nothing against AI theoretically. I have everything against the way it's implemented. It's the same with, like, cryptocurrency to an extent, even, for me. Where, like, on paper, the technology is fine. It's just how you use it. And if somebody wants to come up with a legitimate business case to use AI to supplement professional voice actors' work, I am fine with that on paper. just simply depends how they're actually going about doing that paperwork, how they're actually paying people, how those contracts are set up. Are they predatory? Are they going to cause people to lose the rights to their voice? There's, like, is this a reoccurring, are actors signing a reoccurring license forever? Because that's freaky. If they're not, then what are they signing? And businesses are not necessarily at liberty to say, right? So, like, if a company wants to license somebody's voice for use in a particular video game in an ongoing fashion, especially in a world where video games are updated perpetually and have reoccurring characters and expansions, on paper, I'm okay with that, assuming the contracts are fair. Like, that to me isn't a bad thing. It's just like, this is always a sticky one, because it's like, using generative AI to generate ideas for mock-ups of things. On paper, I have about as much issue with that as, like, using memes as placeholder art. Like, programmer placeholder art has existed as long as programmers have existed. So on paper, again, I don't see a problem with that. I start to have problems with it if you're not employing concept artists. But if you're employing concept artists and say, all right, you have 90 minutes to come up with a concept for something, and then draw it properly so that it looks more unique, so that it's actually unique instead of just like a generated thing, that I'm kind of okay with. Or like if they make in-house models using art that they themselves have drawn, that's also kind of okay with me, because you can rapidly prototype faster than you would be able to if you're drawing stuff by hand. So it's kind of like a 3D printer in some weird abstract ways. I hate the way that it's filling the internet up with bullshit, but if like a company figures out a way to use something productively, I don't see an issue with that, technically. But, you know, if some moron just goes into, I don't know, Claude and just goes, give me game where bird flung at castle with catapult. Debug. Make run. If somebody does that and then just like shits that onto Steam in a week, yeah, they can get fucked. For the same reason that like people who, you know, go out and just download a asset pack and a bunch of pre-built mini like starter frameworks for games from the Unity store and upload that doesn't function can get fucked. Like you're not making something, you are repurposing something that already existed for the sake of selling it and ripping people off, and that just sucks. So that's my take when it comes to ARC Raiders. They're being transparent, which is good. They're not being transparent enough about the right things. Because it leaves some people asking some dumb questions, which I think just like hurts the game's PR for no reason, because by all counts it seems like a perfectly fine game that people are enjoying. So that's all. How do you know that, though, Sephiric Megalodon? Like, actually, how do you know that? Because if you're a small studio who can afford 10 voice actors, right? And you can get those voice actors to record 8 hours each, full work day, right? Which is relatively common for a voice acting gig. And their contract could either say, okay, you have to come back every 6 months and do another 8 hours, and we'll pay you the whatever 8 hours is, or we'll pay you the 8 hours, but you don't have to come back, and we'll just generate more lines. Like, to me, that's not a problem, because that's recurring revenue, similar to like a syndicated TV show. I know Arc isn't made by Nexon, it's published by Nexon. It's made by Embark Studios, different company. Also, I have a lifetime ban from Nexon Games for cheating in MapleStory in like 2008. It was like 55 years or something was the ban. Now that I think about it. Embark is heavily invested in by Nexon. They're not wholly owned, unless that's changed. Wasn't it a 49% ownership? I mean, that's like saying that like Tencent owns Epic Games. They own a portion. But maybe I need to do some more research. acquired in 2019 according to Wikipedia. Okay, well, fair enough. I always thought it was a 49% buyout where they didn't have like complete control, similar to what's happened with Remedy and Epic Games, but I don't pretend to know everything, so thanks for correcting me. Appreciate it. Oh no, wrong one. Which lever is this? Oh no, that is the right one. Okay, you're already linked up. So you go to here, and yeah, just this side. So let's go down to about here and put in another bridge. Okay, so that doesn't, like, change my point at all, though, right? Like, arguably, writing a contract as such that you can hire a voice actor, fly them in, get them to do a thing, and then pay them whenever you add new lines to the game that they have recorded. I don't see that as an issue. We don't know the details of that contract. That's the issue. Like, to me, the problems with generative stuff in creative mediums is lack of transparency in contracts and lack of clarity in what the end goal is. Like, I don't disagree with anything that you guys are saying. I just want to see more details. I want to see more information. Does that make sense? And if I haven't seen it, then I can't firmly state that. I don't know. I watched Bring Her Back last night, and that didn't seem to end so well for anybody. Leparisu. So, Ivan, I do agree with that in YouTube chat, who says, automation has taken away so much joy from people by not distributing wealth generated to the population, but instead hoarded by a few. Sure, absolutely. But let me tell you this. I'm an idiot who makes shorts on the internet because the wealthy few have decided that I have to make shorts on the internet. I would much rather make cargo pants, but that's besides the point. I use a local model to generate subtitles that I run on my computer. You know why? Because it saves me 20 minutes. So instead of a short taking me 35 minutes to make, it takes 15. Or 5, depending on how long it is. Because I just click one button and then I just need to skim it and make sure it's all worded correctly, and then space them. So, am I not hiring a transcription artist because I'm one person? And I can tell you for a fact, it ain't removing joy, it's removing tedium from a process I hate. I really don't like doing subtitles for videos. That sucks. But I would do them manually if I didn't have that local model. So, on paper, I agree with your statement. In practice, it's complicated. And I think that's the unfortunate reality of where we currently sit, is like, yeah, no, this shit needs regulation. Like, we need to make sure people still have jobs. We need to make sure that creative jobs aren't being taken away from creative people. But at the same time, games are expensive. The process of creating things is time-consuming. You know, like, we used to get multiple games a year from each major studio, or from each major publisher. Now we maybe get one every other, and I need to clear my nose. And honestly, if this technology all disappears tomorrow, I wouldn't be too upset. I think that that's actually kind of largely fine if a lot of these companies go under. And it would probably be better for society as a whole. But in the current world that we live in the discussion of art creators, which is what this is all about, is I just need to see the contracts. Who's getting paid? In under 8 years? Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know if I would... I would say that calling what Anthem and MMO is a bit generous, but yeah, no, sure. We'll give it. We'll give it to you. We'll call it an MMO. I guess a failed MMO. What radicalized you to the issues with capitalism and developing automation and AI? I mean, you know what radicalized me about about automation, Adamansky? My first full-time, well, no, actually, my second full-time, my first full-time job was at a factory. It was a summer gig. My first full-time job as an adult was working at McDonald's. And when I got hired at McDonald's, there was, did I hook this up to the wrong button? There was 170, okay, front lava, fill gate, lava gate. When I first got hired at that location, there was 160 employees, most of them teenagers in high school. When I quit, there was 70 because they got automated checkouts, so they didn't need 8 tills open during rush hour at peak times during the day. Turns out, popular subject these days. Can't really do much about it. Did they develop Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic? I thought that was developed externally. Although maybe my memory is failing me, which is absolutely a possibility. You good there, Dwarf? God, my nose keeps running. I never played any of those games, so... Well, okay, Knights of the Old Republic was BioWare. Yes, the, like, RPG, I played that. I never played KOTOR 2. Old Republic was... And the MMO was BioWare? Okay, I didn't know that. Or forgot... I probably knew that and forgot that. It feels like something I knew at some point and then just never cared enough to retain the memory. Training a local recommendation model right now in the background to test. I don't know what any of that means, Butch Cats, but cool. Like, genuinely, I have no idea what that means. Any of it. I'd say it's all Greek, but... It's definitely not as easy as Greek. I feel like I knew that KOTOR 2 was Obsidian because it was another one of those games where Obsidian just got completely fucked over and, like, didn't actually have time to finish making it. Like, I'm pretty sure I knew that, but... And cheers, Ivanel. The problem is JM Barbosa in YouTube chat who says, well, that's the broad brush that the Luddites were painted in. They weren't against automation technology. They were against the ill effects. We can decide as a society how we will use the technology. No, we can't. Because the people in charge of making the technology right now have so much money that they will make the decision for us. So we need to redistribute the wealth and build a better society. But now I'm getting a bit out of hand here. I don't know where I'm going with this. After about 10 years, if we still have LLMs running at the status that they're going, we'll all be burning up in a fireball, Mr. Death. So, but, you know. I don't know if anything in reality should be like Dwarf Fortress. I love this game, but like... I don't know. I don't want to die to a boogeyman at 2 in the morning. I mean, I spent a bunch of time this weekend thinking about this slot. The push is to replace, you know, paid labor with automated systems. Because the automated systems are cheap. They're not going to be cheap forever. And eventually the automated labor is going to be as expensive as human labor. That's my expectation of the future. And if my expectation is even remotely correct, we have 2 outcomes. A new Dark Age, if they succeed, because the amount of jobs will be so low and they ain't giving us universal basic income. Or a new Dark Age because they fail and then everything explodes for 20 years while we figure out how to rebuild everything. Nope, I have not, good Charles. Also, hi, good Charles. Good to see you, man. Happiest dwarf. That isn't named, presumably. So I got this clother. That work for you? Snail? Also, didn't you have one in this fort? Oh, I guess you didn't. That's right that you did, but... Must have been, like, right at the end of the last fort that you named it. I mean, you can take away Twitter right now. Just simply log off and delete your account. Adamansky. You can take you can leave Twitter behind, you can leave WhatsApp behind, you can leave Facebook behind, but it's all up to you. I deleted my Facebook account, now I just never get invited to people's parties anymore. Wow, amulets look very different. Neat. Snail, Smith Wisdom, oh, what a good name. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, is grounded in reality, and often finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else. She's deeply uncomfortable with the differences in appearance or culture, or appearance, and she is sloppy with her living space. She often feels discouraged, and she occasionally overindulges. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She thinks that she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and is slow to trust others. Oh, no, I get you, Adamansky. I get you. She laughs loudly when she's excited. She deeply respects eloquent speakers and respects power and finds friendship burdensome, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. I mean, Twitter even renamed itself to an X, so you can just remind yourself that Twitter is an X and you don't need it in your life. You can't fix her, okay? Yeah, sorry. He likes orthoclase, iron, and star sapphire, and sheep's wool, and giant lynx parchment, and the color rose, maces, quivers, and flasks, and the sound of the desert of luxury, and the sight of the fuchsia quintessence, and when possible prefers to consume ice wolf, lettuces, and whip wine. I always want to call it vine, but it's wine. And absolutely hates lizards. She's a member of the Hateful Communion, which is probably why she hates lizards, and has a good number of friends in the fort. Got laid off in March and had a real hard job trying to find anything in the current job market.
Thank you for the
market.
stream.
It's legit worrying.
Greatly enjoying listening to your take on various stuff.
I'm just babbling, man. I'm in a babbly mood. It's been 12 years of streams. If I can't have a hot take or two after 12 years of streams, what's the point of doing this? Good Charles, welcome back, mate. Appreciate you for the 19th month. But yeah, I think that's everything on this dwarf. I don't think you were in the previous fort. Yes, you were. You arrived at the very end of the last fort. Or one of the expellees. And the job market is bleak. Yeah. I don't know. I feel very conflicted. Because, as I've said too many times probably already today, I've been doing this for a long time, you know? And the thing that's really been emphasized to me the last few months specifically, more so than in previous years, I guess, is I kind of wish I liked the companies that signed my paychecks. Because at the end of the day, like, I got my paychecks from Amazon and Google, mostly. And I'm also very well aware that the first thing that people get rid of when shit goes bad is irrelevant entertainment. And I'm pretty aware that I am irrelevant entertainment for a lot of people. Like, you know, maybe they like my stuff or they want to support me, but it doesn't really matter if I continue to exist. So I feel that too a little bit. Currently, I'm totally fine, but I have no idea what any of that means, Pangolin. That's my take. I barely follow anything that's going on in the solar system. I'm not really much of a space nerd. Apologies. Like, that stuff's kind of neat from a distance, but it's not something I follow, so I can't have a valid take on it. That's also, I think, the problem with a lot of this stuff, is everybody has an opinion, Butch Cats, and a lot of people feel like their opinions are being ignored because they don't have the knowledge to know what they're talking about. But I also agree, Miracles has just no idea how economy works. In my heart it is, Adamansky. In my heart it is. All right. Went to a job interview yesterday, but they told you that they will make no offer. That's unfortunate. So Adam Place in YouTube chat threw a $5 super chat into the chat, and they have a question. It's very important for everybody here. Should they get shawarma, Chinese, or a po' boy for lunch? I'm going to say you should get a dog tallow biscuit. That's my input to this very important discussion. I'm seeing a lot of shawarma. 1, 2, 3 po' boys. A couple burgers. Jesus says get sushi. Huevos rancheros is what Darren suggests. What is shawarma?
Happy 12 years.
It's kind of like a kebab.
Toby.
Man, banh mi subs are so fucking good. We're hungry too. It's clearly lunchtime somewhere. It is almost lunchtime here. Happy code monkey. Thank you very much for the 11 months. Also po' boy. So it seems to be between po' boy or a shawarma. Although I think shawarma actually is winning, if that helps. Okay, that's a bug. Chat, what's wrong with this picture? $12. Is wrong with this picture? Huh. I know that I've been streaming for 12 years, but I'm going to send this screenshot to Putnam and be like, excuse me? Is he actually 12? This dwarf is like a meme. Well, they were in my previous fort. Supposedly. 12-year-old vampire? I doubt that. Especially because they've been euphoric due to inebriation. I think this is just a bug showing the wrong date. Maybe he's just a baby face, you know? And he lied about his age, and the dwarves believed him. Can I interrogate him? Yeah, but then I would have to make a cop, but... I mean... Well, let's try. Let's make a captain of the guard very briefly. Or a sheriff, rather. Oh, no, I can't assign him as the sheriff. That would be a bit silly. Let's make it my manager. Oh, no, actually I can't interrogate him because I don't have any crimes yet. Can't interrogate people without crimes. I guarantee you it's just a bug and he's not using a fake identity, but... Because he's had alcohol. So he's not, or rather, I guarantee you he's not a vampire. I can't guarantee you that he's not using a fake identity. Actually, hold on. I could actually, let's see if this still works. No, that's not the way to do this. Dishmab Stranger Mine. He was born in 239. He's the only son of rag moth merchants and English cudgel copper. Yeah, no, that's accurate. The legends don't lie. So his actual birth date is 239. The game, it's a bug with his identity. Because a kid can't do that. And he's not a were creature. So he's got no reason to lie. And literally, there's been other bugs like this. Like, there was a patch note... where was it? Hold on, let me just look. This was yesterday. Fix various item graphics, crash, causing necromancers, load type, this choice pop up, stability, let's scroll back earlier, fixed a crash. Because there was a patch note recently that was just like incorrect ages were applied. Right here. Fixed error making certain creatures like ogres appear with incorrect ages. So bugs like that aren't super uncommon. It's just kind of funny. He's an ogre. Sure. He's got layers, man, okay? Like, just let him live his life. That's funny. Loki Allfather. Thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate you. About to get hit by an ad break. When those actually hit the channel, I will pause the game. also need to check something. Looking for rhodolites. Not lava safe, that's what I thought. Looking for additional stone. That's what I thought. Okay, so was the strategy I was going to suggest. Panglinus?
Ads actually aren't real.
Ads aren't real. Ads can't hurt you. Please subscribe to twitch.tv/blindIRL. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for the 10 months. I'll pause the game. What's up with the unknown gods thing? I'm not sure. I didn't encounter it. My assumption, based on the wording, Van Koska, is the dwarves that... when baby dwarves were born, they were able to worship gods that they had no relation to because dwarves inherit the gods of their parents. So if mom and dad both worship a god, baby also worships the gods. So I would presume that by unknown gods, they mean like gods that mom and dad aren't aware of or mom and dad don't worship. Basically them babies worshiping random gods from the world instead of what their parents worship. That's what I assume that patch note means. But I could be mistaken. Because they're not always that clear, right? They worship elder gods. Or younger gods, you know? Those cool Zoomer gods. Like, you know. Those cool Zoomer gods. Zoomer god is the flying spaghetti monster? Yep. Sure. No, that's definitely... Actually, no, that's definitely a late millennial thing, isn't it? Because I feel like flying spaghetti monster was like when most Zoomers were like 6. That's like 2008 internet. Was when I remember seeing that. Never seen it abbreviated to that, Starsmore. You got to indoctrinate them while they're still young. Sure, but... No. Rock salt. Is rock salt lava safe? I always forget what is and what isn't lava safe, except for Gabbro. I don't think it is, but I'm going to check anyway. No. Let's go 3 or 4 more layers down. This map's also really shallow. It's only like 50 layers deep, I think. Yeah, it's only about 50 layers deep because it goes down to layer 0. Now, if somebody started a skibbity toilet religion, I would hear you out on the Zoomer religion, by the way. Well, hold on. I'm just going to adjust my lighting. It was raining this morning, so it was pretty dark out, and now it's suddenly sunny. How dare it? I'm not a mod-related person. The only thing that most people use, like the most ubiquitous thing is probably DFHack, but it's not really a mod. It's more like a dev console. I disable all of its features because I don't like them. Hesoto. If you've never played this game before, I would play it vanilla for the very least the beginning. I mean, your necromancers can raise the dead, but it requires a lot of intervention from the player. Schaefer. And I also discovered a deep pit and a second cavern deep underground. There's sandstone down in here and a deep pit that goes down to diorite. What have we found? Green zircon. A bunch of schist. And a bunch of sandstone. Well, sandstone is lava safe. So I could just cycle over to here. Whoa! There is an aquifer on this map? That's crazy. This map is all about lying to me. Okay, then. Let's just dig those stairs up. It's a defense mechanism, sort of as Butch Cats describes. I mean, if you want to see exactly how to use necromancers to your advantage, I've got a video called Following One Dwarf for 10 Years. That video, slight spoilers for the video, has a necromancer arc towards the end, where I make the character that I'm following into a necromancer to do some shenanigans with him. And you will get a pretty clear view of how to do nonsense with necromancy in that video. Just had 9 dwarves migrate, that makes it 16 this year. So I answered your question earlier. I don't know if you heard it or not, but the amount of dwarves that migrate to your fortress is based on the amount of export that you do to your faction. So when people show up to trade, if you don't trade, you will get less and less migrants every year and eventually stop getting migrants. If you trade with them every year, you will eventually get more and more migrants. Okay, so I want to do stuff with this. So I'm going to go down to about here. I'm going to dig out this. I realize this is a lot of mining. But I'm going to do it. Then play an adventurer that's a chosen, Loki. Find a bunch of rattlesnake people and convince them to join you on adventures. Take those rattlesnake people to your fortress and retire the rattlesnake adventurer party. Then you will have a bunch of rattlesnake people in your fort that can join the fort permanently, that will not be hostile to your faction, importantly, and will also be capable of having kids. Not if you start them as an adventurer. So if you... I presume they can breed. If you start an adventurer party with adventurers, they're all ace and will never get married and can't breed. But if you convince people in the wild as an adventurer to join your party, they can breed. Because those two things are not the same. Okay, we got a couple more mechanisms. Okay, so you've been connected to this. Link lever. to over here. Do that. So you don't pull that. Pull this. Pull this. You need to be hooked up. Need one more mechanism. You can name anything that has a quill on it. So that, bridges, anything that's constructed, dwarves, or any living creature. But items that can't be placed can't be named. So, like, a crown can't be named. The dwarves could give it a name, but you can't name it as the player. At least not in Fortress mode. I would never want Wild Moose people to join your fort, Vakrok. And the reason I would never want that is because if you did that, they would require grazing, and those would be an absolute pain in the ass to manage. Just finished a new game on Steam, and will now test dwarves. You wanted to know if there is a way to make the mod that makes the game 100% like better like other games? Yes and no. Dwarf Fortress is an extraordinarily dense game that you could play in vanilla for thousands and thousands of hours and not see everything. The way the mods work traditionally for Dwarf Fortress is like you will get more variety of things that you can run into, but they're not going to be that different. That is currently being expanded. They are working on rebuilding the raws. This game isn't like Skyrim where there's like tons of total overhaul mods. But there are a lot of small mods that add interesting new things. But I recommend playing the game in vanilla initially so that you can learn to play the game. And once you've learned to play the game, then just peruse the workshop at your leisure and find new things to throw in. I don't think it's wise to start off modding this game. Like, none of the mods are... Hunk what? The fuck's that mean? Which one do you want to name that? Ha, Necroy. So while the mods do add a ton of variety, it's not needed and will make the process of learning the game harder. Do you have brawlers like in RimWorld? Pick one that has a cool name that doesn't have a nickname in quotes. Actually, I'll put it this way. Do you want a dwarf that's male or female? And I'll work it from there. I don't have any soldiers in this fort yet. It's too new. Gotta get there somehow. YouTube chat that's commenting on it being a lot of mining. Okay, male dwarf, got it. I will give you an email dwarf then. We will respond in the next 7 to 9 business days. You're a hunter. Although you're not actually a hunter because I don't have any hunters. You're an unassigned hunter. You're an unemployed hunter. Oh, is that what that word means? To me, it reads like somebody's a hunk. What? But rascal works. I don't think it does. I think it simply exposes the complexity that already exists. Alphanaut. And the reason that frustrates me is a lot of the fun that I had learning this game was discovering that complexity on my own. Like, the amount of, oh my god, what the fuck moments I had learning to play Dwarf Fortress is, like, unmatched by any other game. Purely because I spent not short of years discovering layers and mechanics. And granted, that's not for everybody. But DF Hack isn't adding layers of complexity to the game. It's simply exposing layers that already exist, which is good and bad. I think it's good because it allows advanced players to skip over the specifics, but I do think that it can ruin the game for some new players. I've encountered enough people in my life who've tried playing this game, who have fallen off due to things that DF Hack does, that I'm very hesitant to recommend DF Hack as a initial installation thing. But that's me and my biases because of how I learned the game, which may not be applicable to other people. He is very ambitious and is always looking for a way to better his situation. He generally acts with impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. He has an active sense of humor and he lives a fast-paced life. He could be considered rude and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He's curious and eager to learn and has a greedy streak, and is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He has an active imagination and scratches his ear when he's trying to remember something. And he taps his feet when he's annoyed. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world. He sees introspection as important and sees life as unfair, but doesn't mind it that way. He values tranquility and a peaceful day, and dreams of raising a family. Yeah, no, that was one of the things that was in the patch notes yesterday, Idle Villager. No, I literally have one Embark profile, and that's because I had to redo the same Embark like 24 times to make it work. I don't use Embark profiles. I've never used Embark profiles, actually. Yeah, see, I think Auto Butcher's just one thing, Craftword, and that's a bad habit. It basically allows you to veto an entire portion of the management of the game, such as separating male and female animals and knowing to look for male and female animals, remembering to butcher or geld new additions to your livestock. Is that a lot for some people? Certainly. But a new player who doesn't realize that that is a thing that's being done by DF Hack will miss the value if it's something they would value, and also would then not realize that there's another system they could be interacting with if they wanted to. It's the same reason that, like, I think auto clothing is a problem, because it doesn't tell you explicitly that it's doing that unless you know to look for that. So that's why I say, like, that's a problem, because you should know that that mechanic exists before you automate it. Does that make sense? Like, you know, everybody uses Skyrim as like the modding example, right? Learn what the vanilla spells are so that you learn why the wizard... I haven't played Skyrim since 2013, so please forgive me. Learn how spells work so that when you download the mod that lets you drop asteroids on a city, you know why that is busted. Does that make sense? It's like, when I was a little kid, I learned the cheats for Age of Empires 1 before I finished the campaign. So to me, the way to play that game was to type in E = MC squared trooper a bunch of times and get a bunch of nuke launchers. Or Photon Man and get a bunch of laser dudes. I didn't play that game for like 5 years because I cheated my way through it. Big Daddy, exactly. So you know what's up. Die. I think it's good to learn the mechanics first than to learn the cheats first, if that makes sense. See, because you knew why that's useful for you, really, Swifty. What do I think of CUD? I think it's a masterpiece. I don't know, I haven't played Skyrim since 2013. I'm making bullshit up. Trying to make examples here. My guy. Don't you go quizzing me about Skyrim. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. You knew from that experience? Well, I mean, your name is also Idle Villager, so you're like the most Age of Empires coded person I've seen. Anyway, he likes Daysite and Bismuth and Amber Opal, as well as oak wood, hemp fabric, and crowns. Gray gibbons for their ability to swing through the trees, and the words of their born crests. And the words of the born crests, and the sight of the couple of Glossingham. And possibly he prefers to consume barn owl, and thornback ray, and strawberry plants, and peach cider, and caper leaves, and absolutely hates leeches. As far as family goes, you don't have any family in the fortress, but you do have a pretty large group of friends. You're a member of the Cult of Burying. That's your chosen religion. But you do still... And you also worship a different deity than most of the dwarves here. 17 of them worship a different god, so you're Definitely the odd one out there. Welcome to the fort. I genuinely believe that Lazy Noob Pack was the most positive, but also most negative thing to ever happen to Dwarf Fortress. Okay. It was positive because it helped a lot of people get into the game, which is absolutely true. But it was negative because it was positive because it helped a lot of people get into the game. It was negative because it didn't teach them how to play the game. I remember having a conversation. So currently Dwarf Fortress is on version 53.05, which released this morning. This was back in version 47.05, I think. So like the last major update before the Steam version. Somewhere in like that 1.5 year window where there wasn't a patch. And they popped into my chat and were asking questions about Dwarf Fortress, like trying to like learn the game, right? In a way that made a lot of sense. Also, I tend to agree with that, Hanokri, in regards to knowing vanilla makes the installing of more mods a more fulfilling and interesting experience anyway. But anyway, they popped in and they were asking a bunch of like legitimate questions on how to play the game. And so we were doing our best to like answer this person's questions and like help them through. And then they asked a question that just made me go, wait, hold up. What version of the game are you playing? I can't even remember what the question was, but it was like something about like either job assignments or like tasks or like they were looking for a menu and couldn't find it that I was telling them to look for. And then I was like, save your game and go to the main menu. What version of the game are you playing? And they were like, and then they were just like in the chat, version 34.05? 02? So something, 01 actually, I think. 34.01, we'll go with that. I was like, why are you playing version 34.01? And they're like, well, you see, I bought the disc recently, like used in a game store. And I was like, what? Excuse me? You bought a disc for Dwarf Fortress. And some motherfucker out there, had gone out and burned Dwarf Fortress to a disc. Very old version of it, with Lazy Noob Pack, pre-loaded, put together, and everything, and sold it. Used, admittedly. So I guess that's kind of a perk in their favor. But like, the biggest problem that I think Dwarf Fortress had back in the day was its best gift. It had a very dedicated community that was very dedicated to making the game as accessible to as many people as possible. And I think the problem with the way they did that was they prepackaged versions of the game. And it was a free game, right? So like there was nothing wrong with like hosting it on your own website and redistributing it. And lots of people did. So there was versions of the game for years that were prepackaged, pre-built, came with embark profiles, mods, all kinds of things. And there's genuinely like a whole era of the game where you weren't like as somebody who was helping people learn the game back then, you weren't positive if they were even playing the same game as you sometimes, because if somebody had like, I don't know, some pre-installed mod pack that included masterwork with a bunch of add-ons, you're basically playing a different video game than I am. So like, it was actually quite difficult because of that. And I'm kind of losing my point here. But like, the reason it was very difficult, or the reason I think that DF Hack is like a blessing and a curse, and same with a lot of the ways that the player base teaches people to play, is and I guess like this kind of probably ends up happening to any game with a super active modding community, is that people end up with their right way to mod the game and their right way to play. And I think that should be up to each individual player to decide. Like, do you want to play a game that is unrecognizable from the game I'm playing? Cool, do that. More power to you. I think that you should be allowed to do that. Absolutely. But as somebody who teaches people how to play the game, it makes my life a lot more fucking difficult when I don't know what game you're playing, let alone what version of the game you're playing. No. To CM Gaming. I do not. I don't see the point of intentionally making it harder for me to make a living. Because I make a living playing this game, and playing in ASCII would do one thing, and that is make the watching of my gameplay less approachable to new players, and I'm largely known for making tutorials and videos that are very that do a lot of explaining of how to play the game, and I don't think that helps anybody. As a stalker dev, relatable, yeah. So yeah, no, it just kind of is what it is, really. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Shit. You're done. You're done. Okay, so I can close both of these. When you're done, pull that lever. And then we can start filling it after I dig down a level. Probably around the same time that they fixed the bugs that currently make it difficult to even play on Oceans. Shadow Absorber. I mean, it's the reason I stopped streaming Stalker. Romanoid. Star Sector is amazing. Can confirm. I should play more of that game. About lava forges, if you make artificial lava flow for forges and channels, but there be lava monsters still. The lava monsters come from the edge of the map at the bottom of the map, from the magma sea. So if they don't have access, if the lava isn't touching the magma sea anywhere, stuff's not just going to appear in your forges, if that's what you're asking. YouTube chat. I've streamed it, Sage. I have a very, very hard time with it, unfortunately. I think the combat is unplayable. Simply put, I think the combat is unplayable. I don't see well. And I think it's very, 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 very visually chaotic. To a point where it's beyond unenjoyable. I find it actively unpleasant to play. Which doesn't mean it's bad. I wish it was more accessible. And that kind of bums me the fuck out. So that's all I really got to say about that, I suppose. Like, I'm totally fine with things being hard. That's not an issue. Like, make games hard. That's cool. But you might make me less interested in the process, which is actually, like, the reason I've, like, not streamed it since that initial playthrough, which was quite fun. I do really like the metagame stuff in it. I really like the empire building and the, like, the flapping around and the lore and that kind of stuff. I find that part of it really cool. I think the writing is actually, like, maybe the coolest part about Star Sector. I just wish that, like, a whole third of the game wasn't completely inaccessible to me. But Star Sector is really cool. And like many other games, I will stream more of it, but I don't know. I feel like a broken record sometimes. I spend so much time making content for Dwarf Fortress, I literally don't have enough hours to make more because, like, I would love to have more variety, but I already play Dwarf Fortress like 30 plus hours a week and then spend the rest of it editing stuff about Dwarf Fortress. Like, trying to fit other things in there often just ends up feeling like wasted time, which is probably the wrong way to approach it, but I need to get over that at some point, and I don't know how to get over that. Like, genuinely, I don't know how to get over it. The bridge will stay raised, and you would have to connect another lever to it to lower it. Telefragger. And if you want to get the mechanism back that's already installed in the bridge, you have to deconstruct the bridge. Also, telefragging. That's not something I've seen in a minute. Or not a term I've seen written in a minute. Cap LG gamers out there. Yeah. I don't think so, Sage. I wouldn't think too much about it. Didn't read like it. Watching you haul out a mountain makes you wonder if you've greatly underestimated how big a room can be before a cave-in. Nothing caves in. Period. Unless you remove all of the supports in a room, nothing caves in. So, like, I could dig a square this big, right? It won't cave in. I could dig out this entire thing. It won't cave in. But if I dig out, let's just pretend that this corner here, for example, if I do this and grab the ramp tool and dig up a level all the way around it, and then go one level above and dig out all of this, that will cave in because it will have no support for that chunk left. Ceilings collapsing due to being too large was removed from the game in like 2007. All the video releases? You mean the one video that I threw together because I realized I wasn't going to get the one that I wanted to get done in time? I don't know what you're talking about, bootlegger, but... David, I would say this. Do this, or rather, open up the DF hack overlay and disable the functions that you think are over-automating your game. And disable overlay. Just turn it off and on every now and again. Just so you can see what DF hack is doing and what you're managing. Because you can get a more optimized fort without DF hack. There are absolutely quality of life features that are useful in DF hack. If you're already using it, just turn it off and on every once in a while. Like, look at it. But if you've never played the game before, I don't recommend it to new players, if that makes sense. But that's me specifically talking. For every time I say that, there's a dozen people who tell me that I'm wrong, and a dozen people that agree with me. It's a matter of personal taste and what you think is necessary to help you learn this game. And often also what the individual who's saying it did to learn the game. Somebody who's never played the game without it says it's unplayable without it and will literally not play a new patch of the game until DF hack updates. Somebody who spent most of their time playing without it and uses it occasionally doesn't care. Because could you do stuff a little bit quicker with it? Maybe. Everything is always a work in progress, the bit. I haven't been streaming Dwarf Fortress specifically for 12 years. I started streaming Dwarf Fortress in the end of 2018. So 7 years. No, I streamed a lot before I played Dwarf Fortress on stream. Sure, totally. Like, I'm not denying that there are things that are beneficial. But would you know that if you'd never used it, Squirrel Teeth? For clarity here, I'm not telling you not to use it. And people like to, like, over-exaggerate things that people like me say. I will never tell you to not use DF hack for something. If you want to use it, by all means. And if you've played the game enough to know that you want to use it for that thing, you're probably not even relevant to this conversation, right? I just look forward to the day, I guess, where I don't need to have this conversation as much anymore. Because I feel like it's every other stream, it's like 30% of the discussion, and I think that that's kind of silly. Like, maybe I'm a weird edge case here, but I don't think I've ever, with the exception of games that I'm replaying after a really long time, or games that are so old that they barely function anymore on modern hardware, I don't think I've ever installed a mod to play a game day one. But I'm, again, possibly an edge case because of how I learn games. I mean, somebody left a comment on my news video this morning, which was in response to my me talking about quality of life stuff with the menu that they added yesterday. And their statement was, "I want to play Dwarf Fortress without DFHack," which presumably means they want the quality of life features that are in DFHack in Dwarf Fortress. Some of them I do, some of them I don't. Make me feel like I'm in Groundhog Day, Viking Ball. Yeah, and those are entirely personal taste, right, Oak? If a game is completely unplayable without mods, you don't think that you want to play it at all? I mean, I'll give you an example here, right? Roller Coaster Tycoon is a very good video game, but there's a lot of things that that game just, like, literally can't do because it's written in assembly that would make that game a lot more fun to play because, you know, of modern quality of life things, like, you know, being able to speed up and slow down time, or, like, have stencils, better building tools, that sort of thing. And there is open Roller Coaster Tycoon for that, right? It's a tool that allows you to play Roller Coaster Tycoon in a format that is free from the limitations of it literally being in assembly. And, you know, people ask me about this channel and, like, the legacy of it and, like, talk about back when I started streaming and all that stuff. Like, yo, Roller Coaster Tycoon was the first game that I saw success streaming because I was active in the early days of the open Roller Coaster Tycoon community. I didn't do any dev work on it, but I did a lot of free QA. Let me tell you. Sure, yeah, if you're playing the not remastered versions, Cadranks, like, it's very crash. Like, Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl is very crashy on modern systems. It was crashy back in the day, too. Or, like, I think the Gothic games are kind of in a similar state as well. I never actually played Clear Sky. Romanoid. I played Call of Pripyat, and I played Shadow of Chernobyl. Romanoid works on Stalker, so they know better than me. A human caravan has arrived. Do I even have a trading depot right now? I think it may have burned. Yeah, I don't have a trading caravan at the moment. Let's build one of those. Or trading depot at the moment. Well, that's called open sourcing your engine, Dadrick, but yeah. No, I completely agree, Void's Umbrella. But Dwarf Fortress is actively being updated, and I think something that's very valuable to a development team, and this is where I'm going to get a little bit meta with my critique of the recommendation of DFHack. If you are making a video game, right, and you're spending a lot of time developing your video game, pardon me if I'm, like, being presumptuous here. You want feedback about how to improve your video game, right? Like, generally, it's pretty rare to see a video game developer be like, don't want that feedback. So how do you get feedback? Well, you have people that play the game in a way that find things that could be improved. And I think one of the, again, for me personally, one of the things that annoys me the most about Dwarf Fortress development is seeing people saying, DFHack already does that. We don't need that feature. Waste of time. Why'd you add that? DFHack already does that better. And then DFHack adds a feature that then removes that quality of life feature. Steam stats are pretty bad data a lot of the time when it comes to who's playing what, just due to incomplete information. But based on that not great data, with that caveat in place, Most people who play Dwarf Fortress aren't using DF Hack. It's like less than 10% on Steam. Just using Steam data. I think that it's good to know when something is useful to the player base versus something that isn't. Like, I will forever be frustrated because I really like the built-in, like, indicator here. DF Hack turns it off every time I turn the game on. And I haven't found the setting to disable that. Because DF Hack has a different one that looks different. And I don't like that. Because it feels like they're negating the efforts of the developer for a small portion of the community. So the most dedicated portion of the community who could give the most valuable feedback potentially isn't giving useful feedback because they're giving useful feedback based on a very modded version of the game. Which, for me, is one of the reasons why I leave a lot of that stuff disabled. Because I think it's important to be able to help the development of a game by providing feedback to the game itself and not a modded version of the game. 20%? Okay, sir. Sorry, I was off by a bit. I'm going to adjust my blinds again. It is sunny outside now. Show what people may want in the game? Certainly, Dub L. But you know what also happens? Is the Skyrim thing of, like, modding is good. It's good for retention and it's good to keep people playing. But the problem with modding, from my perspective, what I've seen, and again, I am not an expert, I'm just an idiot with a microphone, seems to be that there will always be people that are like, oh fuck, the game updated. And you don't really want to be in that position. If that makes sense. Happy to help, David. What's the block I have the most of? Also, I think I prefer it when mods are a fundamental change to the original game and not just a fix. Sure. Which is why the modding for Dwarf Fortress needs to be expanded. So you need to spend so much time on checking whether a new mod is compatible or not. If Ludian would... I think that a lot of that issue, Janik, is Ludian's insist... I mean, I don't like just talking about RimWorld because it just sounds like I'm talking shit, but a lot of that problem stems from Ludian's insistence on putting up paid DLC. Whereas like Dwarf Fortress, I was taking mods from like 2014, loading them into versions of the game from 2021 or 2020, and they would work. Like sometimes they would cause crashes, but generally they would work. And that's kind of the case because Dwarf Fortress is very modular, right? It's essentially like built like a deck of cards. So you can slide another card in there for World Gen and it'll be fine. And there hasn't been any fundamental changes to World Gen as to where that would break things, with the exception of it releasing on Steam. But since 2022, like we still have mod compatibility, like nothing's been broken. And there is no artificial mod breaking happening with like DLC. May have messed my name something up above. You may have missed your name something. Oh, did I? Shit. You wanted a siege operator. Sorry, I was babbling a lot. Thanks for poking me. I will take a peek in a sec once I'm done trading. Today's a babble heavy day, I suppose. which, I don't know, it's not a bad thing. Do they have anything I want, really? Buy meat and fish. Can't buy meat and fish, too expensive. I'll buy some fish and some meat. And a couple pieces of cheese. Trade. All right, that's done. Let's keep digging. Working on my walls. We are in reach of a necromancer tower, so I should really speed up and get this thing done. Yeah, but you also need to remember the biggest strength for RimWorld modding is it runs in Unity. The biggest weakness RimWorld has is it runs in Unity. It's extremely like accessible for modding because of the engine that it runs in. But the engine that it runs in gives it a lot of very fundamental limitations that Dwarf Fortress doesn't have. Granted, that does also mean that development for Dwarf Fortress is going to be fundamentally slower a lot of the time because they have to develop an engine while they're developing the game. Sounds fun, Butch Cats. Time for a project. Oh, that's dope. Trell. I think, like, the main reason, like, because there has been overhaul mods for Dwarf Fort, but the overhaul mods in the past have always been, like, more or less reskins of the game where, like, everything, it's like labels and, like, names changed for immersion purposes, basically. Where, like, yeah, you get different things, but it is still just Dwarf Fortress fundamentally under the hood with, like, the names changed. I played a Star Wars overhaul mod a number of years ago, which, like, turned all of the creatures into different droids, which was cool because they all had different, like, levels of skill and threat that I had to relearn. And instead of playing dwarves, you played as Jawas, and you got blasters and beat sticks as your weapons, and there was different types of blaster ammo and different types of beat sticks. And it was a good time. And you could also get, like, lightsabers and stuff if you killed the Jedis who were, like, visitors and such. It was a neat mod, but under the hood, it was still very much just Dwarf Fortress, with the names changed, right? And different stats, essentially. And I think the reason you haven't seen any of those in a very long time is because now they take, like, tens of thousands of sprites. Like, I don't know what the full sprite count for Dwarf Fortress is, but it's very, very, very high. And I think because of that, believe it or not, modders value their time, and they want their mods to be played and enjoyed by people. And if your game is pretty niche, getting large overhaul mods like that is kind of hard. So, you know, we'll probably get them eventually, but, you know, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have the player base of something like Fallout or even RimWorld, right? And it doesn't have the, I guess, like, the ease of modding as some other games do. So, you know, you take kind of all those factors into account, and it kind of makes sense why Dwarf Fortress isn't as actively modded as other games. Even though, like, on paper, it probably should be. I may be digging in an ocean. Me? Right now? No, trust me, I'm not. But thank you for the concerned statement. Oh, is somebody else digging into an aquifer? Watch my most viewed short tutorial, J Mega, called How to Dig Through an Aquifer. That's what fills wells in real life. It's called the water table. Yep, and that is pretty small in regards to like the size of games that people often talk about that have very large active modding communities. Like, what's the 24-hour player base of RimWorld, as an example? Which is probably like the best like comparison when it comes to like audience. 21,000. 24,000. There was more people playing RimWorld on a Monday than a week after Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam and was #1 seller for a minute. I mean, fuck. Timberborn has 4,000 people playing it right now, and nothing massive of note has happened in that game in a while. I mean, it had 5,000 people playing over the weekend, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress is a pretty small community, and the player base currently has been higher for the last 2 weeks than it's been for, like, the last several months. So few people play Dwarf Fortress than RimWorld? Dwarf Fortress is a much harder game to explain why it's interesting. RimWorld is very easy to explain why it's interesting. It's only one layer. The goals are pretty straightforward that people can understand at a surface level without having played it. Visually, I think it's a lot easier to follow for people at a glance. It seems less hard to get into, even if that's like mechanically not necessarily true. It feels more approachable. Similar reasons that like Prison Architect seems more approachable. Even if like the actual difficulty of that game would say otherwise. It has the appearance of being a much more approachable game, which makes people more willing to take the leap and try it. Liquid always had sprites, but they have new sprites now. Butch Cats. No, that's why I always preface the Steam numbers as bad data, Brayden. It's bad data because it doesn't account for offline accounts, and it doesn't account for people with private profiles, which is a pretty decent size fortress. There is no gimmick in this fort because I'm still trying to figure out the new siege mechanics. No name. There won't be gimmicks for a bit until I figure out the siege mechanics. But please, like, let's also state and restate and restate and restate. There are more people playing Dwarf Fortress on Steam than there are by a factor of 10, if I were to bet, than there are on Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress got a couple hundred downloads a month before it released on Steam. The month it released on Steam, it got 50,000 downloads, and it gets significantly less still. The free version of Dwarf Fortress at this point exists for the elder community that's been around for a really long time, and for historical purposes. Like, in a world where the last time I asked Kit Fox how many copies had sold on itch, and this was like over a year ago, this was around when they hit 700,000 copies sold on Steam, it was less than 5,000 copies on itch. So that's a very small number of people. That's like saying, like, but how many people pirated a game with an average game? Because it's probably a pretty similar percentage. It's at that point, like, those numbers can just fit in with the negligible, right? I think it's due to historic promises as much as anything, Shadow. Not to be rude to the not to make too many assumptions about the Museum of Modern Art, but I think that they could afford a copy of Dwarf Fortress if they really needed to. Sure. Don't grab my putty in YouTube chat. They say I used to play Masterwork with whatever Dwarf Fortress version it was on forever instead of updating and downloading LNP or a new DF releases before Steam. Yeah, no, absolutely. Which means by the end, you were the last version of Masterwork released for a version of Dwarf Fortress that released in 2017, which means by the time Steam released, you were like 8 or 9 major updates behind. I mean, this is only my fourth fort? Was it fourth fort? Yeah, this is only my third fort, sorry, not fourth fort. It's my third fort since the update. So yeah, all my strategies are untested. I'm basically trying to make a lava bubble around my fortress for reference. That's not Masterwork. It's Master Fork. Masterwork no longer exists. I really am kind of upset and annoyed that they named it Master Fork because it's just going to perpetuate that problem. Masterwork itself, the mod or the mod pack, I should say, had a lot of issues, mostly with crediting people. And I think it's kind of cruddy that they went with the same branding because they're basically using the marketing of something that wasn't entirely positive for the community to perpetuate that, but that was their choice. I'm just going to use... no, I don't want to use boulders. Well, let's get this done. Blocks. Repeat. Do that now. I just need like a couple dozen more. I don't know. I made them before. Radbug. I don't know. I was thinking I would go to this level, fill it in, fill it up with lava, and then if I decide to expand it, drain it, and then expand it. Sure, but that's also a modern video game that didn't start its programming in 2002. The fact that Dwarf Fortress even has a mod window is kind of a miracle to me. I think like a lot of the inefficiencies with Dwarf Fortress Double that you need to remember is the fact that Dwarf Fortress began development in 2002. Also, John Doe, you do need to remember what Masterwork is. Masterwork isn't a mod. It is a mod pack. You could build the same mod pack on your own. It is a collection of pre-existing mods. And you do kind of need to remember that when you're using DFHack, or not DFHack, Masterwork, because it's a lot of small things glued together into one big thing. You tried using the new bolt throwers and didn't account for your siege operators getting pin cushioned by elite marks dwarves? Yep. Yeah, no, that's a concern and a worry. I actually say that the reason the sieges are super scary now isn't because of the fact that they can dig and build. To me, it's literally because more than anything, it's just because they can bring skilled soldiers now. Like, truly, that is the terrifying part of this new update. More so than anything to me. Really hope I get some more migrants soon. Yeah, I think Dwarf Fortress is making massive strides in the right direction. I mean, Dwarf Fortress was about as accessible as you could be for an old game with modding. I mean, like, speaking of fan-made projects like DFHack, this used to be where you would get mods for Dwarf Fort. It's a fan-made, fan-run site that still exists, and you can still use it if you want. Still useful for sharing saves. But, like, this was where mods existed for Dwarf Fort. And if you wanted them, you'd go in here and go grab them and, you know, install them. Which is Dwarf Fortress File Depot. You know? And, like, that's about as good as you could get for the era that Dwarf Fortress was built for. But they suck and are not fun to do, John Doe. So that's why you won't see me do one. Outside of maybe an afternoon novelty. Why? What did they do, Raptor? Curious how you were defeated. They send Axe Lords? Oh, I've had goblins send Axe Lords. I actually, the scariest siege I had sent was a human siege that sent an army of slave Wolverine Lasher Masters. Master Lashers? Master Lashers. And they basically walked in, climbed a tree, hid in the tree, and then obliterated me. It was horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Actually, just gonna go here. Deconstruct you. Deconstruct you. Deconstruct you. Rock, block. 100. That stuff. Now, complete tile sets are actually kind of rare because of the amount of labor that they take to build. But there is one graphics pack that's currently on the Steam Workshop that's being developed that is new and unique to the Steam version, which is called Dwarf. It's being made by a lot of old school forum members for Dwarf Fort, and they're actively looking for people to help them develop it. So if you want to go help them, you can. Is now connected to the fort? Yeah, I'm kind of using it as an entryway, but this will be blocked off before I'm done. We're in an ad break. I'm going to use the opportunity to go take a piss. I will be right back. Also, hey, Devilish Potato, what's up? Also, I super didn't name Darut. What the fuck am I doing? Siege Operator if I have it, otherwise any Bearded Dwarf. I will give you happiest Bearded Dwarf and an apology.
Cheese for everyone!
I don't know what the fuck's wrong with my name today. Or with my brain today. I will be right back and then I'll read that.
Sandwich!
Bark, 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 bark.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Over here, he has a sword!
You fucking donkey!
Alrighty.
Hi.
It's a unit system. I know this.
Why didn't you expect to win it, Stom? Alright, Darut. Are you still here? I feel bad. If you are, this is your dwarf. Which is 24 minutes late. In time for Lanix to get a dwarf. You can name constructed objects. You know, Alphanaut, I'm not going to respond to that question. That's all I have to say. But, nice diversion. Back to Dwarf Fort. He is stingy with resources on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. He has a low sense of self-esteem and is inattentive to detail in his own work. He can get caught up in internal deliberation when action is necessary, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He's a friendly individual, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He does not go out of his way to help others, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He does not easily hate, or he does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings, and can handle stress. When he's thinking, his body becomes very still, and he often tells pointless stories when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world, with lava, and personally finds those that engage in trade and commerce to be fairly disgusting, and believes peace is always preferable to war, values loyalty, and values nature. I feel bad for this dwarf. They like borax and bronze, as well as lace agate and fire imp parchment. I want to know, how do you make something that's skin is literally made out of fire into parchment? Anyway, very good fire starter, I presume. He likes the color taupe, gray, and circles, warhammers, and helms, and crutches, and ducks for their quacks, and alfalfa for their sprouts, and the sight of the fuchsia quintessence, and when possible, prefers to consume annual blueberry wine, and absolutely hates oysters. That's that dwarf. Welcome to the fort. You have a couple friends in the fort, but no family. Hey, Clino. How is you? Sorry for taking so long. I'm very easily distracted today, apparently. First unnamed dwarf goes to Lanix. Lanix. Not to be confused with Wanix. Lanix is wrapped up in her own appearance and abilities and other personal vanities. She accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. She rarely looks on others with lust and thinks that she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She enjoys the company of others and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. She is quite ambitious and she has a greedy streak, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and is often cheerful. She is stubborn and she is curious and eager to learn, and gnaws her lips when she's annoyed and becomes very rigid when she's angry. Personally respects power and values sacrifice and does not care about fairness and does not care about fairness and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She likes cinnabar as well as silver and onyx opal and limewood, the color mauve, and 8-sided prisms, gauntlets, tables, and donkeys. As he removes his socks. And donkeys for their stubbornness, and when possible prefers to consume great white shark and sewer bream, and absolutely hates bats. Monty Gore, thanks for the 26th month. As a reminder to everybody, this channel is completely crowdfunded, so I exist and get to do this in the format that I do because people funded this channel, and I just wanted to say thank you, especially to those of you who have hats next to your name, who are keeping this channel funded 1 month at a time. I appreciate you greatly. To those of you on the YouTube chat, the thing that I would like to ask is don't forget to leave a like on the stream. It does help. And for people around Twitch, or anybody with a Twitch account, if you happen to have a Prime sub, do think about me, because that is largely what keeps this channel funded here, is subscriptions. So appreciate you, Monty Core. Hello, IR Stupid. How are you today? What are we ing about, Ocelot? Is there a vanilla world gen item that would increase/decrease the animal people spawn? I have zero clue. I think like they're all just populated and it's like up to luck based on whether or not they join factions. Because they're usually there. They're just in untamed wilds areas. I guess increasing the savagery would probably increase their appearance, but would also make it harder for factions to live long term. So may decrease their playability. But if you're talking about like wanting them around, then upping savagery would work, but also not work. I don't know. I've never tried to go for that specific thing because I don't care about animal people. And Zagora, thank you very much for the Prime sub. So it was freezing cold this morning. Like it was like 4 degrees Celsius outside, which is really cold for where I live. And now it's like, looking at my thermometer that it has a port that goes outside, it's now like almost 14 degrees. It's like kind of warm in here. I'm gonna go put on a short sleeve shirt. Give me a second. I'm like sweating. So I'm just gonna zoom out and leave the game unpaused. It may also have something to do with the localized space heater blowing heat at my elbow, also known as a computer. Winter is coming. Yeah, that's true. It certainly feels like winter outside. It's very crisp. But Zingor, thank you very much for the brand new Prime sub. Appreciate you, mate. Helping me afford my expensive coffee addiction. How's it, Fortin? Ah, it's Fortin. Fortin to Hills. We're starting to get there, actually, I would say. You had to turn a heater on this morning? Ooh. Getting serious. Your AC needs a break. I decided to not get air conditioning because for those of you who are new-ish around this channel, I moved last year. Or rather, at the beginning of this year, because I'm very fortunate and bought an apartment. And I moved from mainland Vancouver, suburbs of mainland Vancouver, Canada, to Vancouver Island in Victoria, BC. And living here, it's kind of funny because everyone's like, oh my god, it rains so much here. And I'm just like, it hasn't rained in like a week and a half. What are you talking about? Like, because over on the mainland, it would like start raining and then like a month and a half later, it might stop. Like, you'd have breaks in it, but the clouds wouldn't go away and it would just drizzle like nonstop for like months on end. Here, it kind of doesn't do that. It'll like rain for an hour in the morning and then be sunny for the rest of the day, which is lovely. And I don't consider that rain. So like technically it rained today, but it's like, I don't know, blue skies and clear. But it's also like cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter, which is the other reason I moved here. So like in the winter last year, the coldest it got when I lived here which was from February onward, was -1 Celsius. Thumbs up. And over the summer, the hottest it got was 29 Celsius, which like it got warm 1 or 2 days here, but I just put a fan on and put it like a foot from my elbow and it was fine. Don't jinx the Texas winter. I feel like when Texas actually gets winter, it's like not a good thing for Texas. But like, maybe I'm off base there, I don't know. These poor dwarves. I am literally like neglecting these dwarves so badly that I'm impressed that the moods are as good as they are. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's like when Vancouver, Canada actually gets like heat waves, people die, glass half empty. Like when the last time Vancouver had a major heat wave, it went down to minus, or not minus. When last time Vancouver had a major heat wave, it was like the temperatures were peaking at like 40-something degrees Celsius, and kind of a lot of people died. There was a lot of stories going around of people sitting in the shower with their pets, so their pets didn't die. It doesn't register that it's installed? That's kind of fucked up. Actually, just gonna do it this way rather than doing this. Oh shit, please don't invade me. I mean, I will say that a lot of people have that idea, Toastcat. But, like, it's not that much cooler in mainland Vancouver. Like, it is cooler, but the difference is, if you're out east, is it's been hotter longer. So a lot of the buildings are, and places where people live, are designed for that kind of heat. Here they're not, which is the problem. It's sort of like when Finland is above 25 degrees Celsius, it's worse than when, like, Texas hits 100 Fahrenheit. Because in Texas, everybody has the equipment to not die of heat. After being in... did you accidentally hit your companions, Raptor Baptor? Because if you accidentally attack your companions, that'll happen. I've had that happen when I've accidentally attacked my companions. But I don't know what else could cause that. Maybe there's some other edge case thing that's happening. But I've only ever had that happen if I attack my companions accidentally. It's during fast travel. Nope, never seen that. That's odd. It's probably a bug. I don't know. Maybe not. Conditioning matters too. If someone is more used to temps, then they're better off. No, absolutely. Yeah. No, if you've spent your whole life in certain temperatures, you'll have an easier time dealing with said temperatures. That's 100% true. No, I mean, I haven't played a huge amount of adventure mode in the last few years. I think I've played, like, maybe a dozen or so runs in the last year that were longer than, like, a singular stream. So it's entirely possible you've just run into something I've never seen. In fact, I would say that's likely. So I would, I don't know. Can you repeat it? Like, could you jump back to a save file and make it happen again? I don't know when you last saved, but I would report it to the bug forum if you can. Whew, that spooked me. Caravan from my Dwarven faction has arrived to trade. My god. We need more hands to help us finish this At my new take trade requests. They take trade requests if you have a noble in your fortress that is a mayor or above. So that makes sense. That no one has heard of before. Necromancers invade them for no reason, and we are walking distance from a Necromancer tower. We already got attacked by them once. Don't have nobles yet? Do you have a mayor? Idle villager? What's your population? Actually, another thing that you could look at. Go to civilizations, and then go to your faction, which in my case is the Lance of Men. If you are very, very low on nobles, it might be considering you like a noble without having any nobles. Their first visit? That's interesting. That means that you're considered a place of heavy importance, even having like no economy building done, which is interesting. No such thing. Trashrama. How steep is the learning curve for this? If you've played games like RimWorld, you're gonna have to unlearn a lot of things, but if you've played a city builder with like character management, not that bad. A lot of the difficulty of old school Dwarf Fortress is that it looked like this. So you had to figure out what you were looking at half the time, which adds a lot to the difficulty. However, the fact that it looks like this makes things a lot more approachable. If you have access to the internet and can read a wiki, learning Dwarf Fortress is pretty easy. Of course, there's also lots of tutorials. I've made a few, apparently. I keep forgetting that I did, but people keep telling me that I did, so they must be onto something with that. And so there's that. But yeah, I don't think it's certainly not as high as that silly meme from ages ago that, like, you know, just shows the graph going whoop, the learning curve for Dwarf Fortress. Considering that meme was originally, or that comic, the XKCD strip was originally made about EVE Online and not Dwarf Fortress anyway. People just memed it as Dwarf Fort, but... Yeah, we have a Discord room where people can ask questions, but the fact that people stream Dwarf Fortress is also really useful, because odds are pretty good that, like, if you're stuck, there's probably somebody streaming who could help you, or is also equally stuck. Maybe you could help them. Back in the day, we used to joke that Dwarf Fortress was like the anti-gatekeeping community, meaning that you would start playing Dwarf Fort and then tell somebody that you're playing Dwarf Fort, and then they would just, like, verbally annoy you until you told them that you'd played more Dwarf Fort, because they just wanted to aggressively help you learn everything. Like, that's what this community used to be like back in the day, and it's still kind of that way in a lot of ways. I mean, Seth also didn't play this game, so... At least, that's my theory, Raptor Baptor. Because none of the stories he tells in that video are his, and most of the footage that he uses in that game, from what I can tell, isn't his, because I was able to locate a lot of it from various Let's Plays from back in the day. So he stole footage and used other people's stories and didn't really do much. So he might need prescription medication. I need prescription medication to not yell at people, but it's got nothing to do with playing the video game. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. I might actually just import coal. That's what I did mostly in the last fort. I'm also going to need to gather some plants pretty soon. Stone. Is lignite. Yeah, right there. He did eventually credit the people that he took the footage from in the video, Raptor, but when you talk to a lot of, like, old school DF creators, they just go, that video. It gets auto-deleted from the subreddit for a reason, if you post it on the DF subreddit. But he did bring a lot of people to the game, so gotta give him some credit for that, I guess. I don't agree with his methods, but I like the game he promotes. Or the games he promotes, rather. Let's do this. It's priced at 200% for lignite. They need plants. Okay, well. Not that I have any plant industry whatsoever. I really wonder what determines what they need. If it's just a random thing that they select, or, like, if they're trying to encourage you to start up a new industry. Because I literally have no farming in this fort. I just gather plants occasionally. Word, Ice Blue. Also, Clino, just confirming, that video still gets bopped if you post it in the subreddit, right? You'd know. Not that I wouldn't, but, like, you would have more up-to-date information than I would even. Give them a cart of tower caps? Those are logs, though. Go to my YouTube channel and just type in swimming. Is there ways to teach your dwarves climbing? Not that I've figured out that's consistent, and I haven't tried in a very long time. YouTube chat. Although, I will say that, like, if you have enough water in your fort that you need to teach your dwarves swimming, I think you have bigger problems than the fact that your dwarves don't know how to swim. But, c'est la vie. Although, do look at the Moses machine if you want to see a fort that did a lot of swimming. That's one of my older videos, so it's way lower quality, but I made a video called the Moses machine, and we part the ocean. So you need meds to get through the working day, idle villagers? Idle villager? It's basically misinformation and now terribly outdated misinformation. It was stolen misinformation that is now terribly outdated stolen misinformation. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, I don't agree with his methods, but it's good that the game got a bunch of promotion. Climbing is really weird, and I've seen dwarves just grasp and climb through walls for no discernible reason. There's always a reason. Just because the feeble human mind can't comprehend the great strategies of the dwarf, that doesn't make it not a discernible reason. It just means that our simple minds can't comprehend the great, glorious intelligence of the dwarf. Do you not understand? Anyway, sorry, I don't know where I'm going with this bit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why you would want your dwarves to know climbing, personally. I feel like if your dwarves were really good at climbing, it would end with them pathing over your walls, and I feel like they would just run in and die really quickly. Like, I don't really see I see a positive for, like, adventure mode, for, like, traversal, but for, like, fort mode, maybe I'm being dumb, but I don't get why that would be a benefit to the player at all. I mean, sure, we are not dwarves, so thus we can't discern their great knowledge and skill of why the fuck did you climb over that wall, Urist? It's funnier when I say it like that. I mean, I remember once seeing a dwarf shimmy up a wall, Kage Jatai, so they could pet their cat, and then get stuck, and their cat left, and then they tried to jump back to the central staircase to get back into the fortress, and then fell and went splat at the bottom of a cavern layer. And after I was done laughing, I kind of felt bad, because that's actually kind of a horrific thing. But man, did I ever laugh. Yeah, squirrel teeth. I feel like dwarves would just become even more like cats than they already are, and instead of just sometimes getting stuck in trees, they would frequently get stuck in trees. And the reason it's so hard to get dwarves out of trees is dwarves don't have a fire department, so grandma can't call them, which is very sad, really, if you think about it. Trees are dangerous, best cut them all down. Typical dwarf. Well, if you settled in a savage biome, you did it to yourself. We're about to get hit by an ad, so I will pause the game when the ads are running. You know, Moke, back in the day, if you chopped down trees using ballista bolts, it would give you wood and it wouldn't count towards the elves total. Now it does. And I don't think it gives you wood now. You stole a design from a subreddit and enclosed museum that uses a minecart to tour it so that they would be stuck in a 3x3 with a square well in the corner. Oh, I've seen that strat before, yeah. They would climb up through the well, and the other 3 by screen. So my question is, does that actually train climbing, Raptor Baptor? Because smooth walls and unsmooth walls in adventure mode don't train climbing. The only thing that trains climbing is constructed walls. So you would have to use boulder built walls for it to count. At least, I think. I mean, what I want, No Name, and this is me wish casting. This isn't a thing. This is me wish casting, nothing else. I desperately, desperately, desperately want the elves' ability when they invade you to animate the trees. So, because that would give you a really fun balance, you know? Like, if you preserve the forests and the elves decide to invade you, you're fucked because they have trees. But if you cut all the forests, they'll invade you anyway. And then all of the trees are a threat. To me, that's fun, because that's a push-pull balance thing that I really like in theory, but I don't know. I'm just wish casting. Necromancers for logs. I've thrown that around before too. It's like, yeah, what if they could like animate logs? What if they worked like, what are they, Lost Souls in Doom, where they just fly towards you? It's like, you're slammed by logged in the head. It's like, that wouldn't even do much damage. It would just boing, most likely, but it would stun them and knock them over and stuff. Which would be really funny. There's a thing called treants. They don't exist. They're like griffins. If I'm not mistaken. Like, they're in the dwarf language, and, like, you can engrave images of them and stuff, but they don't actually exist. Just like griffins, which don't actually exist. There's a few creatures like that, which I really like it when games do that, when they have things in their writing that don't actually exist in the game world, because then the game itself has myths. Same with centaurs. I mean, that would be even cooler if you could, like, I don't know, maybe could be a myths and magic thing, like, gain the power of nature and fucking summon Ents yourself. Maybe you get, like wooden automatons or something. Like, there's so many directions they could go with that stuff. But I don't know. Nuggies Mythical Beasts is one of your favorite mods. Did you mean to write tents? Because that doesn't seem to have much to do with beasts, but I think I've seen that one, actually. Or rather, I've seen people playing with it on streams. So fire in and of itself, I need to disagree with Clino here for a sec. Fire in and of itself is not that computationally costly. Smoke is computationally costly. So if you have a creature that's trying to get from one side of something burning to the other, that can hurt your frame rate pretty heavily. Okay, because you did write tents. Makes sense. Okay. But, Akenton, hello. It's good to see you. Feel free to link the mod if anybody's interested, Kage. You embarked on this volcano, but it covers almost the entire map. Will it cause problems later on? I don't know. Maybe? Did you do a really small embark? Henkingu in YouTube chat? Or... It only annoys dwarves, though. It doesn't kill them. And the fire doesn't kill them. It simply causes all of their fat to melt and all of their blood to drain out, which kills them. So they actually don't die of burning. They die of blood loss. Which I know is the same thing, but, like, just work with me here. I think it's funny. Let me think something dumb like that is funny. Three by three? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe if magma crabs come out of it. I'm also just skimming it. Oh, yeah, no, I have seen people using this. Yeah. I've seen these sprites. They're a little bit too detailed for me. I often feel that with like sprite-based games when like mods get added, where like I look at the modded animals and I'm like, these don't fit the art style, but you know, it's called artistic creativity, right? People are allowed to do that. Denise, thank you very much for the brand new tier 1. Or no, not the brand new, the third month of subscription. Did you change your name? I feel like I would remember that one. Anyway, welcome back. It's good to have you. Thanks for the third month. It's very kind. That or maybe you've just been stealthy in the past, who knows? It's not the fall that kills you, it's the sun stop. One of my favorite, like, physics nonsense things about Dwarf Fort is that fall damage isn't calculated by how far you fell or the speed that you were falling, but what you landed on. So, like, jump off of, like, the 40th story of, like, a huge structure in Dwarf Fortress. Probably fine. Land on platinum, dead. A no-beard dwarf. Toast cat. Sorry, people keep claiming them, so I'm running out of happy ones. Unhappy, or I'm running out of happy ones. Toast cat, you're 87 years old, and you've got a bunch of friends. She is never the slightest bit cheerful about anything. Well, that makes sense why you're a yellow face. She is swayed by emotional appeals, and she is a pessimist. She is easily moved to mercy, and she could be considered rude. She has an active imagination and rarely feels discouraged. She is a friendly individual. And also, chat, it only takes 1 bit to get number 3 on the leaderboard. You could get your name on the leaderboard for 1 bit. Anyway, she is very humble and prefers to present herself modestly. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others and isn't particularly curious about the world. She occasionally overindulges and needs alcohol to get through the working day. The beast spat fire all over your stairs, and you're pretty sure, damn near every dwarf in the fort is trying to pass through the flames. Your frame rate is so low, your fort might just be bricked. Get up and leave for 30 minutes and come back. It'll eventually fix itself. Like I've had, often when invading hell, I've had situations where things try to pass through a door behind fire, or something else happens, or something gets trapped, and it takes like 30 minutes real time to fix itself. It will fix itself because the game is running. You're just at like 0.1 frames a second or whatever. So the game might be running at 1/100th of the speed. Now this is always the caveat. If you have DF hack installed, you could type in extinguish all and then clear -smoke. That'll fix your frame rate. If you have DF hack installed. Otherwise, if you wait, it will eventually fix itself. So it would be a lot of work in considering new graphics and have a lot of new stuff. You're not sure how some things would be adapted. I mean, are you asking for help? Dogs and rice? Or dogs are nice? I don't know if these people would be willing to help, but I'll bet you they would. There is a mod on the workshop right now called Dwarf, which is being worked on by a bunch of the old school Dwarf Fort people from the forums. It's this. This is an overhaul tile set, like a new tile set that's being made. They have a Discord. They might be able to give you some places to start if you're looking to do that. Here's a link to that mod for those of you interested. You know, I'll bet you that his response, John Doe, would be something along the lines of, I don't know, it seemed like it made sense at the time. And then probably would be prefaced with, and now is terrible and I wish I could fix it. Yeah, you get used to it after a while. Butch cats. Also, thanks for the $1, by the way. So vicious. Appreciate you, mate. And huge thank you, by the way, to the 270 people here on Twitch and the 180 on YouTube. It's been nice to have bigger crowds since the update. Also, I'm really looking forward to the 1st of December because I want to see the Bay 12 report for November. I'm very curious how many copies the game sold when the Siege update released. Because, like, I want to say September, or rather, no, not September, October was like 6,000 copies or something, which was a very low month in comparison to previous months the game's had. So I'm actually, like, really curious to see that. Also, Syndicate in YouTube chat, I think that lead is useful for a lot of things, like furniture, as an example. Stuff that you place and then never move is my favorite usage for lead. And also, if it's like a utility minecart, I wouldn't use lead for minecarts because I would be terrified and paranoid that something would make it start going without the dwarves pushing it. Or it would start moving in an area where it wasn't supposed to be due to something. And then if it collided with a dwarf, that dwarf would just die. Absolutely nothing. In fact, lead cups are a very good use for lead. Pun intentional. Toys, goblets. Toys and goblets. Well, I mean, dwarves and elves in the world of Dwarf Fortress are not affected by lead poisoning, so it's not like you're hurting them. And besides, all craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Nothing can go wrong. Did I not? Wow, I didn't. Oh, no, I did. Humans also aren't. I just didn't list every single one. There is no lead poisoning in Dwarf Fort. I should just state that. You often use lead for vertical bars, says Clim Hazard. That's a good use for it. I also use them for statues a lot. No mineral poisons, thankfully, yet. That's my addition to your statement, Clino. I will also say that lead jewelry is really funny. A couple of years ago, I had a fort, and I saw a dwarf moving really slowly, and I was like, oh no, they must be injured or something, because they were lying down and moving really slowly. And they were injured, but the reason they shouldn't have been moving slowly. The reason they were moving slowly is because their crutch was made of lead. They had about a dozen rings on that were all made of lead. They had about 24 bracelets on that were all made of lead, and about 25 crowns that were all made of lead, and like 20-something amulets that were all made of lead. That dwarf was extremely greedy, and was doing like Dragon Ball resistance training. Trust me, that dwarf was ripped. I think that dwarf actually died happily of old age, like 30 years later. This was in Long Death, so dwarves didn't like die to unexpected cause. Yay! Okay, so the problem with this is I now need to make a place for my manager. I need to make an office for my manager now. The good news here is I have more hands to finish this stupid wall. Hallelujah. Get in here, Dwarfies. We need ya. And a temple to the hateful communion has been demanded by the religious of the dwarves. Well, I shall build your hateful temple when you finish building my exclusionary wall. Are we the baddies? Grammar the learn, you the must, Radbug. I have not done the science, so I do not know. It's vicious. If it's not on the wiki, then I don't know. But I should probably figure that out at some point so I can put it in my Siege tutorial. Okay, well then stop gaslighting your brain into thinking that it can't understand it and just learn it. Hazilla. The more you tell yourself that you can't understand it, the more you won't be able to understand it. You just simply have to sit down and understand it. Just play it. Jokes of such are not generally appreciated in my presence, Bearded Armor. Do not ruin video games with reality, please. Oh, most certainly, Alan. Considering these dwarves don't even have bedrooms yet, I think they've earned a nice temple. With Yoda on Star Trek? Oh my gosh. Words and speak you do. Okay, so I gotta get this lava out of here. But I also gotta deconstruct this lava bridge. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna jump up to you and pull you. Because I want to rebuild this. I don't like the current setup. Nope, can't do it yet. Gotta wait until the walls are all done. All the way along here, this bottom bit, and this chunk. We're almost there. Almost there. Sure, lead figurines. Old school D&D player, just like pretending lead pewter. I won't thank you, please. And cheers, dude. No, the Hateful Temple has nothing to do with this evil biome. The temple is called the Hateful Temple because the god that they're worshiping is the god of charity, torture, sacrifice, and generosity, and is represented by a male dwarf. And one of the religions that is formed around that dwarf is called the Hateful Communion. So it's the existence of that god that is causing that naming to happen. Is this supposed to be a magma moat? That's the end plan. Yep. And I'm eventually going to basically build a bowl underneath the fortress, and I'm going to fill that up with lava too. So the only way they can get in is by getting over my wall. You haven't seen any kobolds. What are you doing wrong? So sometimes you'll see lots of them, and sometimes you'll see none of them. They need to exist and be close to you. Play some adventure mode, walk around and ask about the surrounding areas until you find some kobold caves and settle near one. Then you'll get lots of kobold thieves. Fan great. Like, literally, like, go play adventure mode and find some. Or get lucky and generate a world with them that are more plentiful. I mean, they just act like thieves. Like, you know how the goblins can be thieves and steal your stuff, or like try to steal your children? They're like that, except they try and steal random items of value instead of like your children. Sorry, my nose is being a bitch. Hold up. Also, yeah, they're feeble and pathetic creatures in regards to kobolds, like Clino was saying. And so they tend to die when things look at them funny. And because they steal things from people, people tend to look at them funny. So they often die during World Chat. All right, so. Do this. They still slaughtered everyone. Well, at least you got to witness the glorious end. Time to either reclaim the fortress and have another glorious fort, or, start a new fortress and avenge the martyrs of the old fort. You know what? Actually, I don't want you doing this one. No, wait until this drawbridge is closed. Okay, so now that you're closed, I'm gonna go here. Do this. The army of bears was going so well, too. There's nothing wrong with going back to a save file, Tubby. But, you do you. Apparently, some birds spooked a trade caravan for me. What can I do with all their stuff they left? I don't see the option to pick up stuff from the depot now that the traders are gone. All that stuff is yours, so it will eventually get moved into stockpiles. If you deconstruct and reconstruct the depot, you'll see exactly what's there. You don't have to remove it from the depot. Just deconstruct and reconstruct the depot, and like it'll just get moved into stockpiles periodically. It may also take a little while, but it'll happen eventually. All right, so you, I'm just going to deconstruct and reconstruct you. Oh, I need to make a office. Or rather, I can actually just go down here and do this. Brew drink from plant, brew drink from fruit, and I'm going to make 2 offices. One here. One here. I don't like this layout. I require useful fort structures. Manager's office, manager's bedroom, mayor's stuff when mayor arrives. A were-rabbit in your migrant wave? That doesn't seem okay. So were creatures are not supposed to arrive as migrants. Also were-rabbit, more like their rabbit. Did I not deconstruct you?
You suck.
You're welcome. You liked it. You enjoyed it. You know it. Can't hate the one telling the truth. I mean, you can, but... let's just get some flooring in here. Necromancers can still show up as migrants, as far as I know, unless something's been changed. Although Necromancers showing up as migrants is a little bit different, in my opinion. I don't think they should frequently show up as migrants, but actually, on paper, don't really have much issue with them arriving as migrants. As long as they're not, like, you know, actively destroying the game, I don't think it's a problem that things migrate to your fort. Not that I like it or want them to do that, but I'd rather set them on fire. I just want to wall this off down here. And put another pump block on this whole thing. Is there a reason merchants would just stay near the edge of your map when leaving? They just won't leave? Do you have hack running? Hekios? Because there's a command to fix it, which is fix stuck merchants. Otherwise, deconstruct and reconstruct your trade depot is the vanilla thing. But if that doesn't work, then try fix stuck merchants. They're probably trying, because the merchants have to lead their animals off map. And if the merchant is still alive, the animal can't leave the map unless the merchant can lead them off map. And if the merchant is alive and can't access the animal, then they get stuck in limbo. Which can happen. What if I put that temple, like, up in here? I think this would be appropriately dwarfy. If you want to see the world gen settings I used, you could watch the beginning of the first VOD, which I think went up this morning of this fort. Or no, of not of this fort, of sorry. If you want to see the world gen settings I used for this world, you can go to the first VOD of Trumpet Beans, which I think shows the world gen. But basically, I turned off periodically erode extreme cliffs. That's basically it. And I added, or set caverns to be open, or more frequently open. That's basically all I did. I think those tools are ugly, but I use them periodically when people beg me to. Vivid? I don't get the appeal, is what I would say. I mean, like, I don't actually know if Stone Sense is working right now. I was having trouble running Stone Sense, but DFHacks had a few updates, so maybe it runs again. Yeah, it's just straight up wasn't launching for me recently. It was just giving me an error. Oops. Yep, Stone Sense launches. Is it Alt? What's the tab? No. No, it is tab. Tab. No, it's not tab. What's the hotkey to? Expand the number of layers that you can see at a time. I swear that there was a hotkey for that, but... Oh, there it is. I found it. Let's hold control. I mean, it's not exactly that impressive of a fort, but... That's the walls right now. Work in progress. I was trying control scroll, but it didn't seem to be working initially, but it turns out it just wasn't tabbed in properly, so... We're in an ad break. You guys can look at this while we're in the ad break. I think I know who you're talking about, Clino. But no, it was like the last few versions was like breaking for me. Thanks, Dominoc. The list is so long now. God, I wish there was a way to clear it. Or like sort by most recent Veilwin. What do you mean a unique take? That I think they're ugly? I don't think, I mean... I think it's mostly a, like... I don't think that this is necessary for, like, visualization. I think this tool is really neat if you've gone out of your way to build a vertical pattern that, like, isn't visible outside of Stone Sense. I think in those cases, it's really neat. I personally, I don't need it to imagine my forts. So... Every now and again, like, it does make things look neat, but a lot of the time I think it's just kind of ugly. But that's more of a, like, my forts are ugly, less of a... Or it makes me feel like my forts are ugly, even... Like, this bugs me now, right? Now that I've seen this. Even if they're not actually ugly, it makes me feel like they're ugly. I do like the animations they've added to those. Those look nice. The new animal sprites. There is a lot of new sprite work done in here. Looks nice. Shops look better, too. Dwarves look better as well. But not all the shops have graphics, I guess. Or just not a ton of graphics. My VODs are on my VOD YouTube channel. I think exclamation point VODs works, but it's just youtube.com/blindextras, Mr. Death. They're not only on Twitch because they disappear after like 2 weeks on Twitch. Because I've got limited storage capacity on Twitch. I will say be very cautious if you're using that tool, which is Stone Sense and DF Hack, because it does, at least in my case, often cause the game to crash. It's like maybe 2 out of 5 times, in my experience, the game has crashed. So just save before you do that. I mean, I always like to remind people, because Morphing Jar says that Stone Sense used to be amazing in the YouTube chat. I always like to remind myself even that Dwarf Fortress used to have its own built-in isometric visualizer that was removed from the game because Tarn couldn't figure out a way to make it useful, which I think is actually really funny. I don't even remember what version it was that had it, but... Remember, kids, save before you sense. 7x3. 7x3. Because of the way I'm building this, I could totally make this into a defensive tower, like put stuff on the roof of it. Actually, I'm going to erase this real quick. Also make some stairs going up. Oh, really? That tanks your FPS when you unpause it? Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I don't know. I've had crashes like pretty recently, so it may also be like an OS slash like your own piece. Your mileage may vary based on your computer setup kind of thing. Like I don't know necessarily all the eccentricities of it, but like I've had mixed results when it comes to frame rate, or not just frame rate. I've had mixed results when it comes to like stability while running it. So I would just say, like, rule of thumb is if you're ever gonna load a visualizer, just save first. You know, just be safe. It may be old school paranoia to a degree on my case, but because like a lot of the old issues back in the day for Dwarf Fortress were caused by DF hack. Like things that, you know, would never cause your game to crash. If you had DF hack running, the game would crash, stuff like that. Like it's actually kind of funny when you look at a lot of the old criticisms of this game from back in the day. It had this reputation of being a super unstable, crashy mess. And this might just be my anecdotal evidence, but from my perspective, the game was always pretty stable. And I'm pretty sure that the majority of those reports were coming from people using Text Will Be Text, which was a plugin for DF hack, which was quite popular at the time, which basically gave you the multi-level viewing that you see in the Steam version right now. And because of that, that plugin being unstable, I think like that absolutely helped the kind of assumptions that Dwarf Fortress was very unstable back in those days. Because like, you know, if everybody's trying to use this one plugin and that plugin has consistent known crashes, then everybody just feels like the game is crashy. So I'm trying to figure out how I can make this look nice. Let's actually go out to here. Extend you out to there. Extend you out to there. We'll do it that way. Alf, happiest dwarf with beard. Let's try for 72 hours without dying. Your last one did okay. Well, not... Your last one survived 72 hours in game. More than that, even. You get a miller named Udib. Alf. Alf never forgets. Alf never feels discouraged, and he is an optimist. He tends to be... I mean, you're being optimistic, so that fits. No, I agree, Clino. It was awesome, but very hacky. Like, you know... not many people are used to using console commands to turn off, enable, and then disable a feature to make it work when you're in game, but not cause it to crash when you load it. Anyway, he's an optimist and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He doesn't mind a little tumult in Discord and day-to-day living. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And he has little interest in joking around, and he often feels nervous. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is very humble, and he is curious and eager to learn. He is trusting, and he could be considered rude. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and personally believes that peace is preferable to war, and sees the whole pursuit of art as silly, and dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world. That's a very common one, which is interesting. Alf likes nice and sterling silver, as well as black pyrope and crystal glass, mink parchment and the color sepia, socks, beds, and rings, and many forges and cassowaries for their casks, and the words of the sparkle of scribing, and the sound of the drums of ringing, and the sight of the azure petals, and when possible prefers to consume honey badger and tuber beer, and absolutely hates worms. You got a mixture of apricot bark dye and bilberry dye, which has created heliotrope. Dress. You're a little dizzy due to being underground for a while, and you have a pet dog. I will approve this so that they start working on it. Let me actually just make this into a dining hall, primarily. All right, let's see how the drainage is going down here. Pretty good. You know, I'm not gonna worry so much, I think, about rebuilding that bridge there. Do I have doors? How do people try to pronounce it, Alf? Attempt to, this time I handle the weird bend better and hopefully nothing bad happens to you. What, you try, still working on the damning project? Well, hopefully you don't damn yourself to eternal damnation with this damning project. May the Union of Beavers not pursue legal action against you for taking their beaver-given rights. I don't know where I'm going with this. Just trying to get these mechanisms out of here. Foul G, thank you very much for the 28th month. Welcome back. Alf G or Elf? I mean, if it was EH, I would prefer to you as a Canadian elf. Elf? 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 Yeah, I don't know how to say that. Foul G, thanks for the 28th month. Welcome back, mate. Thanks for helping continue keep this channel funded. Invasive giant beavers that fell your forests. I mean, I keep telling Tarn that I want the goblins to show up and maliciously clear cut your forests to incite wars against the elves. Meanwhile, YouTube chat, practice safe sense, use a quick save. Or don't. I mean, hey, I'm not your parent. Reminds me of a t-shirt I saw once, which was practice save Zex, use a Gundam. Legally distinct from the workshop, Games Workshop? Wait, what do they call them in Games Workshop? Snail the Clother withdraws from society. I do have clothing stuff, but I don't really have much of an industry for it at the moment. Yeah. I guess we need a clother shop, eh? Okay, so this right here is also going to get a chair. And I'm going to assign an office to this. You're just going to be made into the manager. And I need a bookkeeper who can be Asmil, who's apparently pretty good at this task already. And I will put a chair and a table over here. As I don't have another door, so you're not going to get that level of opulence. But there goes my new bookkeeper. So I'll actually get proper numbers for things. Figure would come watch the current day. That was back when ram drivers could get stuck underground while traversing with and moving rams around, which I think is really funny, personally. Not the greatest for gameplay, but it's funny. Okay, let's open this up. Would help if I unpause the game. Oh shit, I'm using the wrong material. I feel like a big dum-dum. What? Oh, I see. That's the issue. That's kind of annoying. It's also that's the issue. Snail is being particularly secretive. If you genuinely believe that dwarves will go berserk just from being rained on, your information is pretty outdated. Because that's not really something you should be concerned about, Raptor Baptor. Like, olden days, sure. That has not been a going concern for a long time. So, you shouldn't be surprised because it's not surprising, I guess. So they changed how stress works and specifically changed how stress related to rain happens back in 47.05. So the last version before the Steam release. And back then nobody believed me, so I proved it by building a fort that nobody went underground at all ever and no one went nuts due to rain. Is it a negative thought? Yes, but it's no worse than being annoyed at the lack of chairs or lonely. And look at my moods. Like, literally, these dwarves don't have bedrooms, a dining room. They have a tavern, but it doesn't have chairs or tables. And it's a 6x2 zone. This is year 3 of this fortress. Yeah, we're fine. Games Workshop. Well, yeah, I know about that. That Games Workshop was suing everyone for everything. They're Games Workshop. What do you expect? I mean, I made that video, but even that video was like 2 years. So basically, like, rain was made pretty insignificant around late 2019, early 2020. I can't remember exactly when that update came out. So no, you do not need to worry in the slightest about rain. Just putting these levers here to get these mechanisms out of here. I mean, I've built many exclusively above ground forts. I mean, in fact, I built a fort recently without digging and moods were fine. Ever since Ghost Candy, so this is from YouTube chat, Hikumu, they say, ever since Ghost Candy really showed me just how bad a fort can be and still be manageable. For reference, in Ghost Candy, that's a video that I made called I Let Ghosts Destroy My Fortress, where I had 90 plus dwarves as angry as they can get. I had multiple ghosts that were just randomly nuking dwarves out of existence for walking into certain parts of the fortress. I had minecarts that were actively like hostile and dangerous to the dwarves' existence, and largely that fort was running. Like, it certainly stuff was canceling and it was a bit tedious, but like there was dozens of dwarves tantruming. We got several fell moods. I never like dealt with a criminal, so there was dozens of dwarves getting like beaten up and tantruming and punching each other constantly. It was a thing. But I kind of had to intentionally kill the fort because we were still able to dig too deeply and greedily. So, you know, like it's I think the dwarves are significantly more tolerable than people give them credit for. Including his murderer. Yes! Yes, I did. Gigmoth, thank you very much for the 21st month, by the way, with Prime. Welcome back. Remember, like, Dwarf Fortress is almost more fun if you let things go wrong. If you let things deteriorate and degrade and get worse. It often makes it better. Even else hated the rain. I mean, it's still the same stress system. It just needed, like, updates, I guess. It needed balance. So I think that my wall is done. Over here, it's still open. And over here, it's still open. So once... Actually, I don't even need to do this. I'm just going to pause the game. I'm going to close... Actually, I'm going to make sure nobody gets stuck in here. So I'm going to forbid everything along here. And everything down here. And everything to there. And everything over to here. I would like these 2 blocks out of here, though. So I'm just going to... Let's just get these 2 blocks dealt with. This one's just... No, fuck it. Cancel. We'll just get this block dealt with. Let's deconstruct these. And then get ready to floor this up. Oh, actually, no, I don't need to floor this up because those walls are done. And then I can turn this sucker on. How's the fort going? We're about to turn on our lava well. So I'm just waiting for them to build this floor, which this dwarf's up to right now. And there's the floor done. So that's now the walls. I'm going to go take a toilet break. And then we're going to see how well this wall works. BRB, one moment.
Bring out your dead!
Gee, Earl Grey, hot.
Over here, he has a sword!
Cheese for everyone!
All right. I need a sip of coffee.
Heal, damn it!
That's the coffee working, healing me. Now that I'm all healed up, let's turn on this pump. Now the way I do this is by going all the way up to here. And pulling the lever. I mean, by pulling the lever, I mean telling a dwarf to go pump this. The other thing I need to do is go all the way back down here and close this. And close this. Yeah, it's a bit of a walk to go pump that pump. Yes. So here goes Ilmirin, the talented pump operator, who's admittedly a little bit rusty. I'm gonna see them April 25th next year. Radbug? Kind of looking forward to it, although I'm kind of expecting to be disappointed. So, we'll see. So far, so good. This drawbridge is Uh-oh. Get inside, actually, dwarves. Well, this is a problem. I'm just gonna put a meeting zone out here. You're gonna burn to death, aren't you? Nope, nope. Okay, you're moving. I also need to put that meeting zone into the burrow. Can you? Okay, never mind. Well, I mean, it's not working entirely. I should probably turn off the pump, shouldn't I? It's not quite as smooth as I wanted it to be, so let's turn this off. And go. What was your name, Dishmab? Yeah, about that. What was your name, Dishmab? Oh well. Here's not supposed to be burning, but pump is a little bit enthusiastic. So what happened? I mean, it pumped, it filled too quickly and it bubbled over, and is now setting stuff on fire. Which means I also need to turn this off so that my livestock doesn't burn. But I mean, hey, it is also filling, so I really just need a better filling location, probably over here somewhere. I should make an underground cistern. Operator was too good at their job. Overachiever, even. However, the good news is, I mean, it's working. Maybe a little bit too effectively. Well, that's interesting. That doesn't look like magma. Is that, oh, I see, it's supposed to be a liquid rock. It's like a droplet. Okay. Interesting. Well, It's brand new. It's one of the new ones they added today. Bapter. It's one way to mow your lawn. It's a very Texan way to mow my lawn. I don't know why I associate flamethrowers and lawns with Texas, but for some reason I do. Let's just queue up a slab. I'm gonna need it for that dwarf. Let's check the strange mood. Okay, what do you need? Pictures of glass, stacked cloth. Okay, actually, let's turn the burrow back off. Okay, so you've got stacked cloth and do you have glass? Stacked cloth, glass. Okay, so you literally just need glass. Got it. Well, that's easy to do. Furnaces. Magma glass furnace. Sure. Let's just say sand. Raw green glass. Double check. Manager has an office. Should be good. Let's also queue up rock doors. Rock doors. Beds. Except let's do 25. And let's do rock door. Make them out of chalk. Little foliage is a reset as a treat. I mean, it's certainly fitting the scorched earth theme of this fort, I suppose. Or creating a bit of a scorched earth theme to this fort. Yeah, I think the actual plan here is to just build a little bit of a reservoir like right here and pump it from here into there. So why don't we build that? Why don't we build that? Because that's probably the wise way to do this. Although it is going to be kind of dangerous to actually build. But I will do what I can. Let's actually just dig up. There you go. And down, all the way along here. Will lava evaporate? Yep, it's already doing that. As long as it's 1 deep, it'll cool off. It doesn't evaporate, per se, but does cool off. Bone Carver's been found dead. It's Dishmab. First death of the fort. It's pretty good, really. Let's pause game. Every country where you can mow the lawn with a flamethrower mounted to a drone is a good one. I disagree with that wholeheartedly, JMaga, but you are allowed to have your opinion, even if it's a bad one. Does it turn into rock? Yep, that's how you make obsidian. McLafferty. And swords can be made out of obsidian, but they're not very good. They do look cool, though. How's Dwarfs today? Pretty good. What happened to the previous fort? It fell to us. If you watch my news video that I uploaded this morning, there's a bunch of footage of that fort getting destroyed. It was like a 50-50 loss to a siege, and also me kind of just conceding and going like, I could maybe try and draw this out longer, but it'll just be slow and tedious, so I let the fortress fall, and we started a new fort in the same world. But, morning, Zimodir. Okay, let's unpause the game. I need to pause and make sure that I'm getting this temple done. Okay, so because I agreed to build a temple for this area, it's currently going to be an open plan temple, which is probably a horrible idea, but I will pretty it up and wall it up as once we go. So this is going to be a temple dedicated to the hateful communion. They must be lovely people, I presume. Let's use day sight for these walls. Seems like a good wall color. Let's just do the corners first. Actually, I know how I can do this. If I just go around, once I'm done designating it all, and erase the areas that they can't reach. This is like a much different way than I normally build stuff. I'm curious to see if I can make this work. I'm gonna have to do a lot of erasing though, which means this is probably not the most efficient or convenient way to do this, but fuck it, I want to try. So basically I'm doing 2 levels at a time, and then I will go through and manually delete the ones on the upper level that they won't be able to build without the lower level being in place. So I'm gonna go here and I'm just gonna do this. Set it to the paint tool, and then just go boop, boop. So they'll be able to build those, boop, you'll be able to build that, boop, you'll be able to build that. Right there, and then that one, and this, and this, and this, and this. That one will be fine, this one won't, that one won't. Okay. Then the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to the bottom here. Right here. And I'm going to go build stairs. Come on. To dig out one of the... Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong. I think. Yeah, they need a place to stand to construct it. You've claimed a clother's shop. Have we built this yet? No. Okay, so I need another clother's shop and I need some bags. Clother. Loom. Actually, what do I have the most cloth of? Silk bag. Sorry if I'm not looking at chat. We'll get back to you guys in a sec. A bunch of things going on at the moment. Okay. Any semblance of real world is just coincidence. Sure. Yes. I would sort of agree with that statement. I don't know why we're talking about Dwarf Fortress resembling the real world, but... We're also going to get rid of those bridges. Lava takes a while to cool off, so it's not that crazy. I don't think, anyway. Oh, I know the problem here. I don't actually have these sand zones designated, eh? That's the issue, right? Sand. That's also not helping. Can I name the drawbridge Jeff? Jeff, and I'll give you a bonus. Jeff and Jeff. There you go. Cosign. You're welcome. I often unearth untold horrors when I go digging into your backyard. Is that called your septic tank? Because I would agree those are terrifying. Later, Ren. Thanks for 12 bucks. Appreciate you.
Veteran cheered. X1200. Happy Twitch anniversary.
Well, we are climbing towards it. Where are we actually at for the day? We're about $40 currently away from the daily minimum. Although higher than average Prime usage, so thank you very much for the money that you've already spent on Amazon. Because that stuff does add up. Oh, come on. Grr. What if I go here and just type in bag? Grumble. Okay, they're probably just putting seeds in them, right? Okay, what if I... This is me just trying to speed this process up here. What if I do this? Unforbid you. Come on. Deku Druid, thanks for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. How do you try to fulfill your dwarves' dreams? By ignoring them and tell them to get cooler dreams. Jokes aside, dwarves get their dreams fulfilled over time, and that's just how you have to deal with them. You're never going to be able to satisfy every dwarf's dream, but this dwarf wants to learn something. I can make a guild hall, or I can make a library. That would solve it. As far as like masterwork someday, just running a fort eventually, that'll happen. It's one of those things where it's like, it just takes time. It's rarely something I super closely focus on, unless there's a particular dwarf that I'm really, really partial to, which is pretty rare, admittedly. It's not generally something I focus on. Because it's something that you will slowly progress and work on as time goes on. Yeah, I have no idea how you would ever fucking complete one of those, like Everlasting Peace. I'm sure there's like a way to do it, but I have no idea how one would do that. Oh, I kind of screwed this up in a bunch of spots now that I'm looking at it.
Crypt beer.
Slow progression. I'm trying to figure out how the hell I'm going to do this. And Caligar, thank you very much for the 17th month. I have no idea what you're accusing me of, but it sounds like a crime, Radbug, so I deny it. I'm gonna make... Alf into the holy sanctuary of the Hateful Communion. Congratulations on becoming the leader of the Hateful Communion. And speaking of satisfied, my Strange Mood by Snail is now being completed. You don't have to, Sultan. Like, you're not gonna lose... Wait, oh, actually, hold up. Your save file's borked. Did chat figure out why?
I am joining the hateful community.
I mean, let me tell you this. If there's a fire burning and your frame went down to 0, your save file is absolutely not borked. Just get up and leave the computer for a bit and then come back. It'll fix itself. Or just spam escape and then retire and reclaim the fortress, or just extinguish all with the hack. Like, frame rate going to 0 due to fire is never a lost save file. The only time you get a lost save file is if it fails to load, and you have to try really hard to do that. Like, you have to kind of intentionally break your save. George, thank you very much for the 11th month. Welcome back. There's like a month of the year here where the sun is just like anti-green screen. It's like a green screen eviscerator. Good night. You have a good night, dude. It's only 3 o'clock here. You got lots of time. What are the secret mooders' preferences? They're not secret. They've already got everything they need. They've begun their mysterious construction. They were stating what they wanted before they began their mysterious construction. Once they began it, they stopped saying what it was. Ah, well, you have a good night, man. Snooze is good. And it just stays there? I wonder if you're further north than I am, or not. What times does the sun set over there, generally? Later on? Just a fire burning over there. That's funny. I mean, why are you typing with your forehead, Mito? Fingers better for typing than forehead. Snail has created Voto Carethish, a bulky alpaca wolf face veil. and offers it to the Song of Wind. I highly doubt that that'll have a sprite, but let's see. Nope, does not have a sprite. This is a bulky alpaca wool face veil. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with alpaca wool and made from alpaca wool cloth. This object, of course, menaces with spikes of sheep wool, and on the item is an image of dwarves in green glass. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates, of course, to the foundation of Trumpetmurdered by the Song of the Wind of the Lance of Men in the early spring of 257. Oh yeah, you're way further south than me then. No, I was just curious as to what time of day the sun goes down, because sun is like down at 3 o'clock here. Or not down, but it's down below the building across the street from me by 3 o'clock here. It's like 3:34 now that the sun's down.
Twitch UI gets me sometimes.
Cavernous
Keep
Beast.
crushing it, boss. Crypt Rock.
Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Yeah, I get you on the Twitch UX. $2 in bits or one more subscription. Keep that hype train going. Regardless, though, thank you, chat. All right, let's see what I can do here. It's 4:13 p.m. Yeah, it's not that much later. What am I currently working on? I'm working on a more reliable, less self-sacrifice method of filling my lava moat. That's what I'm doing. Wilmer, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. Needs one more $1, though. Or Prime sub if you have one. Does the room get hotter? Yep. So if you hit this button, mining, if you see these little red squiggly lines, that means that it's very hot there. We had a map, the last fortress that I played on, the trees above ground had that indicator, and we used DFHack to see how hot the game was pretending the game was, or how hot the game thought the map was. And we did a little bit of math and figured out that or somebody in chat did a lot of math. I did none. I just simply said the number. Anyway, somebody in chat was nice and did a bunch of math, and we were able to discern that it was roughly 40 degrees Celsius in there.
Foul_G cheered. X100. Dollar bill.
Little late, but I appreciate the attempt all the same. Thank you very much for the $1, Foul G, but the hype train has ended. Thanks for the little hype train chat with the 4 subscriptions of $13. So I am going to need to wait for this to spread out and drain a little bit. Whoopsies. Just until it's like 1 deep. I could also have chosen an area to do this where this would have been faster and less silly, but I didn't, so. I have no idea where that is. Later in? Or whatever that's worth. This is a very specific reference for some very specific people who have to listen to a very specific podcast, but